Hello and welcome to Triton-Cup 124. I'm Sasu here with Moku, and we're looking at Nocturne versus Clockup. As you can see, a little bit off screen, they took care of that first game, and I think very shortly we're going to be heading straight into Splat Zones on Crab Lake Capital. But right before we do, how are you doing, Moku?
I'm doing wonderful. It's a beautiful day for a tournament. We're here with Triton-Cup 124, right?
Yes, that is correct. And I think right now, of course, we are in that winner's bracket, round one from both of these teams. I think right now they're just kind of in the background picking what to go. But I'm going to be interested to see, obviously, you're going to be seeing pens most of the time, but this is, of course, Crab Leg. So if anyone brings out this leader, I'm going to be on the lookout. No leader from one team. In fact, we see a BP and a pen on the other team. So a little bit of unconventional sort of comps here, especially because one of them is running double splatling.
Indeed, double splatling's good for this map, and we're already starting off with Stamper down here in pit with the ledge guarding as if it's Super Smash Bros. What's your main? What we're seeing here is one on the side of Nocturne go down, but what we're seeing is Clockup in the lead. And honestly, I love the positioning on this blaster sauce.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough for them. I think they would rather be below that drop, just taking that space. So that can be sort of hard on them. But I think the issue here is that Nocturne, they're running this more unconventional comp, to be honest. Like having this double splatling, honestly, not super what you want to see on a place like Crab Lake, especially BP has that jet. Jet is not good here. You have those grates that are really high up. This is a very tall map, so that's not going to be the most useful of your specials. And then, of course, you have this aggression coming out of Clock Up. So nobody wants to see a crab on their top right just chipping away at them. And I think that's why Clock Up just seems like they steadily have the lead and are making it super difficult on Nocturne to even come close, it seems, at least up until then, to the zone.
And that was true for a while, but Nocturne has pushed together, retaking the zone, and now they're working on that lockout, from what it appears to me. We're seeing Zimmy on their snipe. This is a very nice defensive bubble. They're saying, nah, this is our campsite, we're going to camp here now. And Zimmy's pretty good as an anchor. They're cleaning up for their teammates, they're watching over everything as the points tick down, and we're seeing a lead switch here, Stasu.
Yes, we are. 2 members down on each side. I think that Zimmy is just kind of supportive, doing a bit of cleanup, but right now the zone is in neutral. I think that's 3 members down total, just the pen not going down, so easily Nocturne takes that zone back, and now Clockup has to figure out what it is they're going to do. It's going to be those strikes to try and neutralize that, but they need follow-up from their team. The pen is on the top left, not able to get that pen down, and despite their dominant opening, Nocturne is going to take this second game, and I think the rest of the set.
Yep, that is a win for Nocturne. Honestly, I like
Absolutely.
the
Yeah.
I like the way that Nocturne was able to take that back. Clock Up had a pretty good chance of taking zone, but I think what we saw was a size disadvantage that lasted just long enough, and Nocturne making that push together, which is key for getting out of the lockout. Very nice job, both teams.
Yes, but I think we might be heading into a short break. I know that we've started very very like just now. You know what I mean? We just opened up, so it might be a little abrupt, but I don't think we're gonna be gone for long. As you said, well done by both of these teams, and Clock Up, of course, will be sent to losers where they can continue fighting there. So stay with us, and we'll be right back, I believe.
Trying not to let go of my pride, but every time you come back it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside, I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time, leave it all behind. I can't get enough of that. I'm enough. Let me be the one for you.
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 124. I'm joined today by the lovely Sazu, and we're about to get into Super Monkey Fan Club versus Vornix. Sazu, how are you feeling about this?
I always love seeing two teams with really close seeds, Moku. And I think once again we're looking at something like the 16th versus 17th seed or so. And I think usually when you see that, it's always interesting because you're like, this might be something close, or sometimes the seeds don't really tell you the whole story, and you end up seeing a not so close set. But as you can see, here is what we're going to be looking at, starting off with Zones, Inkblot, Art Academy. A scourge unto the world, in my opinion, though very much so liked by a lot of others. Then, of course, moving on to ship shape zones. Of course, this is Triton, so it will be all zones. And ending off with Mahi Mahi, if we even get there and it doesn't end in a 2-0. But I hate any sort of zones map that has a large center stack, and that can be difficult to cap. How do you feel about plot zones?
Throw it away. This map and mode as a brush main is the bane of my existence. There's a structure in the middle, and we're going to see how they deal with it. I'm seeing a lot of range on the side of Super Monkey Fan Club with E-Leader and a Spartop Pro. That can reach pretty far. What we're seeing here is Garvey's starting out, going down to Sin, who is using an S-Blast. Right now, it seems like Vornix has a good chance of taking the zone frame 1, which they do.
Yes, but not without going down to that leader. Like you mentioned, Super Monkey Fan Club does have a lot of range, though. I would argue a lot of the time, maybe some people don't feel so comfortable going leader here, seeing as though there's this big stack just obscuring your way of seeing. But right now, Rafi just trying to get that cooler for their team so that they can get ready for this eventual push. But they're getting a lot of pushback from Vornix to the point where they have to jump out. Honestly, they're wreaking a lot of havoc on their own plat, and it kind of makes sense because when you look at what they're running, they have very mobile weapons. So that must be really difficult on this backline that's just trying to get those picks.
Indeed, and it wasn't until Super Monkey Fan Club unleashed the double booyah that they were able to get some points for themselves. But Vornix happens to take over zone again, working on another lockout, looking to get into their bats from what I'm seeing here. We're not seeing them in there yet, but that's usually the place where other teams like to go. With this Booyah Bomb ready to go, we'll see what happens here, but they're nearly crowded out by that one, thankfully surviving. But Vornix has the lead.
Ultimately, I think it's just super difficult to get anything going when you don't even have paint on your own plat. You see there that the Forge, I don't think, was even necessarily able to get their Booyah out because there's just nowhere to stand. There's so much paint, and everyone on Vornix is just sort of skittering around, getting the picks that they can. Meanwhile, they're playing Ring Around the Rosie, but finally, it's looking like Super Monkey Fan Club is able to get a wipeout. Ultimately giving them the zone. That's huge.
And with that, Super Monkey Fan Club, I was going to say Can Club, as if there's cans of... Anyways. I lost the joke, but they're working on a lockout, which isn't a joke. And with 7 seconds left, or 7-6 left, that was a pretty good clutch on the side of Super Monkey Fan Club, with still going down and the zone going into neutral.
Yeah, it's just going to be that Zap left who's no doubt gonna, or maybe yes doubt, going to just stick there on that far right. I thought we might see a jump out, but perhaps they already got their cooler out and didn't mind. And right now we're seeing the wrath of that E-leader just sitting in mid, trying to get that tap shot, not quite gonna happen. And I think finally Vornix able to stop the bleeding with a nasty wipeout here. Now they mean business, heading on to that plat all coolered up and setting out those fizzies as well. Now you see that Vornix, they have a good amount of AoE, and I think quite frankly really strong weapons for this hold. Of course, you have that double booyah that we saw before and just now, and you have these fizzies coming out of the machine as well. So the fact that you really have to drop into mid to get anything going is super difficult, seeing as though you might have a machine and an S-Blast just trying to go at you, but it all falls down in the face of this booyah bomb, it seems. And once again, we have a switch of holders with with this zone.
Indeed, and I noticed once again that Super Monkey Fan Club was able to clutch at the last second because Vornix was just about to take the win for this match. They get the zone, but they have to work through their penalty points before they can comfortably stop defending the zone so much. And what we're seeing here is both teams going and taking turns, getting into each other's bases, holding defense, and with 15 ticks left until the penalty points are gone, what do you think we're going to see?
I think honestly we're gonna see a Vornix win. Like, it might be going back to Super Monkey Fan Club in terms of these last few seconds, but that's a lot of penalty points that they have to fight against. And honestly, it's also just not super easy to put this zone. You see 3 members go down on Vornix into a wipeout. So we're heading into OT with 40 seconds left. That's quite a lot of time for Vornix to come in, but it's deceptive. I think if you go down, if you stagger, then Super Monkey Fan Club may be able to keep this zone for the entire time. We're already down to 20. Those missiles come out, forcing everyone away from the zone. 2 of their members down. I take it back. I think that may just be it, since there are 2 members down for Vornix. There is a booyah bomb, but they go down before they set it out, and it seems like Super Monkey Fan Club has gotten all the picks that they needed to take this victory.
Indeed, and this match goes to them. And what I really like about Super Monkey Fan Club, I keep tripping over the name, I do apologize. They always seemed like they were about to lose it, but then they're like, no, we've got this, we're gonna win. This is a team that can take the win out from under your feet. Like, they'll pull the rug out. And honestly, I think their comp helped them a lot, Sasu.
What is it about their comp that you think helped them?
Well, they had a pretty good backline.
The leader?
I would have to look at their comp again because I was focused more on the battle than the comp.
Yeah, I think honestly, like I mentioned before, I think Vornix actually had a really strong comp for here, which is why they kept getting super close to taking it. But at the end of the day, when you're in OT and you see those penalty points just ticking down, it can be really difficult not to stagger, not to just play for life, and then you just kind of see everything crumble right in front of you. But they're gonna hope that they don't have the same issue heading into ship shape zones, because I think once again, having that S-Blast, that machine, really going to do them wonders for chipping anyone who dares stand on any of those stacks right over mid.
Indeed, and with this map in mode, it's a really big map, so you're going to have Ninja Swim and Ninja Squid. I call it Ninja Swim. And maybe some Stealth Jump, because it is a large map. You have plenty of terrain to hide around if you're a backline. But what you're going to have to look out for are people going up top left and top right and taking the zone that way. You have your specials, of course, but paintbrush main bias incoming. All you gotta do is swing your brush. For example, and give it a few moments, and you'll take zone that way too. Hard
Yeah,
to get to, but easy to deal with once you're there.
there's a lot of space for sure for skirmishing and playmaking. I think that I'm going to be curious to see if that leader comes out again. If you stand on that snipe, you have a pretty clear shot. There it is. We are seeing it. No changes to that comp. And I think we have a slight change on the side of Bornex. Maybe I'm wrong. But I thought that was Fornix. My bad then. Okay, so we have that octo shot there instead. But already we have sort of a power struggle going on. It does go, I believe, to Vornix, and they're just pushing forward, but I think kind of overextending because two of their members get called out, and it goes firmly to Super Monkey Fan Club instead.
Indeed, Super Monkey Fan Club getting the lead switch here, setting up that defense as we see Sin with the S-Blast, narrowly dodging that Booyah Bomb, watching top right from their base, from down below, I mean to say. Oh, but almost getting swallowed up by another Booyah Bomb.
This is exactly what I was thinking about when I was making mention of that comp, and you see CYN here just getting a triple, going for that quad, but backing off very wisely off that leader, just making sure that they put the appropriate amount of pressure. And you see Super Monkey Fan Club has already made it down to the 20s, so they are currently playing for keeps. The Booyah Bomb comes out, but a counter Booyah does take several members down, ticking into the single digits with 2 members down. That is just going to be it, and a clean break, I think 100-0 perhaps, for Super Monkey Fan Club.
It is definitely a clean sweep. And I've got to say, S-Blast was working overtime. Sin was working overtime to defend their team and clean up the other team's ink and making space, getting a nice triple early on in the match. And we're going on to game 3.
Yes, we are. Definitely, you can see why S-Blast is so prevalent in the meta right now. You can just one-shot people, explode people, and keep running at it. CYN, strong work there. But like you mentioned, we're heading into that game 3, into Mahi Mahi. Now, I think I'm going to be curious to see what it is we see here. A lot of people fancy a reef slider because this is one of the zones you can just cap over if you have the appropriate amount, like the appropriate gear for it. But I think we saw just about similar comps from the first game as well. So we may be seeing no switches, but we've seen already lots of Booyah Bombs coming from both of these teams. I'm wondering if that's just going to be the name of the game for this set.
I was wondering the same thing, and with a map like Mahi Mahi, like you were saying, that's going to be... I agree with you is what I'm trying to say. Like, you're absolutely right. It's a small map, so if you have Booyah Bomb, especially double Booyah Bomb, you're going to take up a lot of space for your team, and you're not going to leave a lot for the opponent.
But once again, I think we have these... Yep. Go on ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say there's a water hazard. What were you going to say, Sasu? I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. We're working together here. We have those ledges and a switch over to Rapid on one of these sides, and I think just a decision for the most part to stick, except for this V shot we're seeing here with a Trizuka. So instead of those strikes, they are just looking to take people out. And speaking of taking out, the shot goes down right off the start. A cooler comes out, and I think Vornex already ready to go, pressuring everyone in that right slot. And I think really they're going to have to get that pressure all together, because if they end up on their own plat, having those AoE weapons just chipping away at you, waiting for you to drop, is a terrible position to be in.
And left side tends to be really busy no matter what side of the map you're on. Like if you're looking at your left, it's going to be really busy. But we're seeing Raffy here on NZAP ratting and just being everywhere at the same time, watching everything. You know that their call-outs are probably leading the team right now. Unfortunately, them going down means that Super Monkey Fan Club takes the zone. Sin going down to O-Squid and jumping out, narrowly avoiding getting spotted themselves, Sasu.
Yeah, I think they're having to be kind of careful. Of course, they're on this rapid, really interesting choice here. Perhaps it was for the whales, and they felt good about whaling everyone, but now they are in that terrible position where CYN can chip them, as well as you see the machine on the left also trying to get some shots in there. So the lead switch does happen. They're all trying to drop on that right side, but I think having, once again, all those AoEs just sitting under these ledges waiting to direct you immediately, doing well for them, but not if you just get gunned down like that, Moku.
And with that S-Blast going down, we're seeing Super Monkey Fan Club take the lead again. All they needed to do was take out the S-Blast ledge guarding. They said, this ain't Super Smash Bros, get out of here. But GG's both teams so far.
I think actually CYN did their job long enough that they sort of had to. They were sitting under that ledge. They were getting those chips in, threatening everyone, and probably making them push back. And I think even though we did see them go down at the end, by then it was just a little bit too late for Vornix. So that is going to be Super Monkey Fan Club taking the win and the set here 2-1.
Indeed. S-Blast has been working overtime, being a great defense for their team, and I want to give a shout out to Raffy, who is also ratting with that NZAP like I've been seeing this match. I could just tell that the way they were setting things up for their team, I want to be a fly in the room in that VC right now, because I know really well that their callouts had to have just been leading the team thus far. Both teams had their strengths and weaknesses. Super Monkey Fan Club didn't really have the mobility needed for the first match, I will say. But they had a pretty strong chance because of their anchor, and that's all I gotta say. It's they were evenly matched. So
yeah, we'll see. I'm not so sure if we're going to be going into a break necessarily. We might just be jumping straight into it, but we'll just take a short break and then we'll be right back with you. So don't go anywhere. Triton 124 will be back.
Woo.
Hello, everybody. I told you it'd be a short break. We are back with Triton-Cup 124, I believe. I'm Sasu here with Moku, and we're going to be taking a look at Count My Bands versus 67 Mustard Bottles. Now, gonna be excited to see this. Listen, I'm a millennial, so I just discount all references. To that meme. I am far too old to acknowledge it, so I will simply pretend I do not see it.
I'm in Generation Z. I have to see it.
So we're gonna be starting off with brine water zones, and it's so funny that there are a few. Of course, I do not play a charger, but there were a few things in the last set where I was like, oh, would someone really want to go leader here? You're going to want to go leader here, I'm sure. So right off the top, we have a pen a little bit more conventional in terms of this comp versus the aforementioned leader coming out of 67 mustard bottles. So taking a look at these loadouts, everything I would argue is pretty standard, of course. Out of what I believe is our second seat in what is it? Bands, I think. Count My Bands is the name of the team. There is a pretty standard 96 and stuff like that, but you see after the bloodbath that we kind of saw in front of us, they have moved up here and are looking to see if they can get some spawn camping in.
Indeed. And we're seeing, I'm sorry, the team names are not up on the screen for me, so I'm not sure who I'm... Thank you so much. Count My Bands and... Okay. Sorry, I had to get some water. 6-7 mustard bottles taking the zone, and we're just gonna see if we're gonna see a lead switch here. Oh, I cannot stop I'm sorry, Sasu. I can't talk.
Don't worry about it, Goku. I've got my superpower is I do not stop talking, so I've got you. Inuyasha here on the left, just trying to kind of clean up, get their picks, just kind of dodging like it's the Matrix with a lot of those. A lot of the paint coming out here, and I think 67 mustard bottles is just conceding a lot of space. They're really being pushed back and gathered, it seems, by Count My Bands. They're moving up here, trying to maybe not overextend, but it's just the shot left. They've got a Zuka, so I'm sure they're playing a little bit careful. No one wants to get Zuked in the face and deleted, but overall, I think they kind of have them by a chokehold here. You see that behind them, however, there's a flank from the decav just threatening their lead, and I think with 3 of their members going down, despite that strong hold, that's just going to be it for Count My Bands. So they're going to have to see how they're going to get back in again.
You're right, Count My Bands has been locked out here. We're seeing 6-7 mustard bottles attempting a defense, but losing the zone to Count My Bands. We're seeing Haru with the mid decap going down right in the middle of them trying to retake the zone. Inuyasha, goated anime by the way, jumping back. Energy Smile coming into the zone here. Not the zone, but their base. They're going for that lockout, Kazu.
Yeah, and you see that they are playing careful. Before they had that flanking decav that was able to cap over the zone and give them a lot of trouble. So Sunny is just making sure to stay on that snipe, not get too far, and bully them. But you see now they are conceding that space. She is taking that center stack, and there's just nothing that can be done. That's going to be a well-fought game in the pocket for Count My Bands.
Absolutely. So it's a strong start for Count My Bands this match. They were able to sweep the zone like it was nothing. But that's not to say that 67 mustard bottles didn't have their own defense. They put up a good fight and had some pretty good positioning, especially with the mid decav. And it was smart of Inuyasha to go back to zone. Not zone, but base. Unfortunately, it was in the middle of Count My Bands working on that lockout and getting the s'mores ready.
Listen, 67 Mustard Bottles has a tough road ahead of them. Count My Bands, like I mentioned before, is our second seed. 67 Mustard Bottles, a very respectable 15th seed. So when you're going up against these really strong players who I myself have seen in plenty of tourneys, you're going to have to resort to figuring out how you can sort of pull the wool over their eyes. Sometimes you might know that their mechanics might be top notch. So I think that strong players, top players, sometimes play very honest isn't the word I want, but they're so used to just fighting 1v1, kind of besting the other person. So sometimes doing things like backcapping them, sneaking up behind them, can be extremely effective because they're not really expecting that. That's not necessarily the way people play in games of eights. So definitely a strong play from 67 Mustard Bottles to get that back cap that way. But this place is going to be a little bit harder to pull it off. It is Umami Zones. We're heading straight into it. And of course, you've got those double zones that you have to manage. So we have a switch from Kiki over to Luna Blaster. And I think, wow, a lot of changes are coming out of both of these teams. Namely, let me get them out of the way for you. A V dually, as well as a wiper on the side of Count My Bands. And actually, no, that's 67 Mustard Bottles with a wiper and a slosher. So just about almost everyone has changed their weapon.
And that's really interesting considering that it's also Umami Zones. So seeing both of these comps, it seems like they're going more for a primarily mobile comp on both sides with some anchoring here. Because one has a pencil and one has an E-leader. We've seen Kiki go down to Wiper. Wiper taking up space here for their team as 67 Mustard Bottles has a very respectable lead of 72 and counting.
Yeah, and also I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, because they have that leader and they're not running pen, 67 Mustard Bottles is of course coolerless. So it's going to be way more difficult for them if they go down. They're going to have to play for life. We have, I think, what is a trade there. 67 Mustard Bottles still has that mid, despite the fact that I feel like I've seen several of their members low-key go down. They have just held steady, and now we have this issue where Count My Bands is kind of staggering. You're not really seeing all of them up at the same time. So with that amount of pressure, I think several are sort of dropping to get into zone, but of course that leader is watching them, and that wipeout is going to seal the deal. And in a decisive, I think, it wasn't quite 100-0, but a very dominant game. That is going to be 67 Mustard Bottles taking this game too.
That was an excellent sweep on the side of 67 Mustard Bottles, considering that we were talking about their seeds. Like seed 15 versus, what was it again?
Seed 2.
Seed 2. So that's doubly as impressive. While Count My Bands had a good defense. Exactly. And Count My Bands had a good defense at first, but 67 Mustard Bottles became much more mobile. And from what I'm gathering, they've made it this far. How much do you want to guess? That 67 Mustard Bottles seems like the team where it's like they can not only adapt, but they read your movements so that they know how to counter you. We're talking next level adaptation. What do you think?
I'm not quite sure, because I think that Count My Bands basically changed up their entire comp. I think it was just the junior who was on the same thing, so it's a little bit... No, it was the junior and the pen that stuck, and they're two attacking weapons. I think they had a 96 and an S-Blast last time around, and those are way more dominant weapons than the Forge comparatively, and I think a Luna Blaster. So I think that it's hard to adapt to sort of different weapons like that, but also I'm curious as to whether there's a bit of a change back, because I think when you look at what's meta and what's strong, there is going to be that Gal and that S-Blast, and seeing as though we're moving into Mahi Mahi,
They put a store Mahi Mahi.
No, it's Mako Mart. I caught myself flipping. The M confused me. Seeing as though we're heading into Mako Mart, you are going to want to come here with some AoE, and you're getting it here in that rapid blaster. A switch back to 96 there for Count My Bands, and I think 67 Muster Bottles must feel as though what they ran before worked really well, because they're sticking to their comp.
Katana goes down, frame 1 on the side of 67 Mustard Bottles. Count My Bands launching that defense, trying to get back at them from last game. Katana once again going down to Cap here. Cap is ratting in the zone with their junior, but going down to E-Leader as well.
Yes, and you see just how 67 Mustard Bottles, there's just a lot of aggression coming at them right now, and it can be difficult. There's really nowhere to hide on a place like Mako. So that hammer does go down, even though it does claim a life first, but ultimately you have that 96 that's sitting on that stack. They're threatening the zone, but they haven't gotten down anyone yet. That's a pick right there on that top right, but the numbers just keep going, and I think that 2 of their members are down, but just barely. They're able to stop the bleeding and put a penalty on them, so they still have some life in this game.
Indeed, and we're seeing Cap here helping retake the zone. We're seeing Kiki take the stack back on the right side. Kraken coming out. Oh, wait! That is latency. Smile able to take somebody out in mid-jump? That's just unfortunate. It's a Splatoon moment. $20 a year, folks. 96
Honestly,
down.
I feel like I saw that and I was surprised that they didn't go down. I was like, oh wow, you got away with that. And the peer-to-peer said, actually, no, you didn't. So that's going to be an unfortunate jump out, I would argue. But 67 Mustard Bottles right now doing a good job of keeping the zone. It seems as though Count My Bands sort of figuring out what they have to do to get back in. We have a Shark on this top right, but who knows? I think with those 2 members going down, they'd have strikes, but kind of hard to use those when you don't have your teammates exactly where it is they need to be.
This is true, and Valencia with a nice jump out. Valencia is being a stellar anchor right now, not only taking up space, but also watching over their teammates. And I just know that, I've said it about Raffi before, but Valencia, I just know that they're the ones calling the shots here. And we're seeing 67 Mustard Bottles being so close to taking zone, but Count My Bands being the ones to take zone anyway. They have the most map control. They have an ink-heavy team. We're seeing Kiki watch over right that.
Yes, I think that Rapid is doing wonders for stopping people from getting that drop, and I think that really good eye, probably from Sunny on that pen, noticing that flank coming out here. That's going to be a Booyah Bomb. I think 2 of their members are down, so it's going to be difficult for them to go over that, and you see the penalty is just so small at this point. So they have to cap, and they have to cap now. Going to be very difficult to do. We have a power struggle, a paint off in mid, but I don't know if they have the painting power. 2 members go down for Count My Band, so this is going to be super difficult, but they get the exact picks that they need, giving them control of the zone and their second point in the set.
Indeed, GG's both teams so far. I really liked how 6-7 Mustard Bottles had a great defense, and they had a mobile team ready to go. But it just seems like Count My Bands, they were like, yeah, no, that was that was for last game. Like, you could just tell that Count My Bands was running on some vengeance right there. But it's still anybody's game, and as we're going into Game 4, there's still a chance for 67 Mustard Bottles to win and make quite an upset.
Yes, there is, and I'm sure if this upset happens, it's going straight on the Sendo profile. You got to get those upsets in, just so everybody knows. But you know, they're not the second seeds for no reason. That's going to be super difficult, but they have to turn this around. Their back is up against the wall because Count My Bands, of course, is at match point, or set point rather. So once again, we're going to another double zone map in Undertow Spillway, and I think that there's a little bit more of maneuverability when you're getting closer to lockout. Leader is known to be very strong here, so I think that's going to be good for 67 Mustard Bottles, and I think they have a lot of plat space as long as they don't have the Gal. Perhaps if they have an S-Blast instead of that Rapid, because right now they're running a double backline, they may have more space to play make, but we have a switch from Kiki onto that sticker stamper. So once again, we're going to be getting a booyah out of them. They're just running the gambit of their front lines. And meanwhile, we have a change from Valentia onto that ZF. So they have that wall, and more importantly, they have strikes. So we're seeing double strikes out of 67 Mustard Bottles and a booyah, as well as that wiper. So they have a lot of tools to cap these zones. They said double zones, double the strikes.
Indeed, Sunny is setting up zone as Inuyasha and Valencia work on their own. Getting Smile through the Booyah Bomb, that was a very good shot on Valencia. Haru making their way over to the right and getting into a fight with their Stamper and winning, but getting taken down in zone. And Tri-Strike not doing anything to take back the zone on our right.
Yeah, I think, this Booyah comes out, but it gets kind of caught early by that wall, kind of stopping it where it is. And now there's a skirmish in mid on either side. You see that Torp coming out. I think Haru is just absolutely skirmishing, trying to see what they can make happen, because Count My Bands is just sort of running away with it as it is now. And Valentia, I think without this extra range that you would get out of a leader, is struggling a bit. They can be pushed up into that corner, but I guess nobody puts Baby in a corner. They do get that pick, but ultimately 67 Mustard Bottles has just been struggling to get both of those zones. They are halfway there. Katana just dropping to that right to try and paint over it, but 3 members are down, so they have to regroup and figure out what it is they're going to do to get into the zone.
Haru managing to take down Smile, and it only needs just a miracle push to clutch it like they have been in the last, or I'm thinking of another team that was able to do that. But actually, 67 Buster Bell was making sure to get they managed to clutch. I'm so sorry, my words are all messed up because that was an effort clutch. That was an effort clutch on their part. I've got the dehydration debuffs. Valencia coming back up and watching over the zone. Managing to get Cap in a single flick. Oh, Sasu, I'm impressed.
Yeah, but ultimately, I think you need to get the proper picks that you have to get, because you're getting those picks, but ultimately Count My Band still has the zone for now, and you need them to get their claws off of it. They're down to 2, and honestly, 38 can be deceptively low, especially in such a big place like this. 1v1, Smile comes out on top. That is 3 members down. It's just the backline in Valentia who is in place, just trying to get their picks. But the thing about a charger is that they can only target one person at a time, and you have all of the members up. Haru trying to see where they can drop and make things happen, especially because they have their hammer ready. They're gonna just toss it, not necessarily going to find Purchase, getting a pick and just trouncing onto that zone, trying to paint it. Not gonna be enough. So that is going to cost 67 mustard bottles this game and the rest of the set, losing in a 3-1 to our second seed, Count My Bands.
GG's both teams. And I think what would have helped with 67 mustard bottles was finding the team carry for Count My Bands, which from my perspective, I wouldn't know who exactly that was by name, but that's always what I say. It's like I always say, if you find the team's team carry, and that is when somebody goes down, and then it allows your team to win kind of easier. If you can find that, then you're on the right track. But it seems like Count My Bands, they were working together really well. They were like stuck together. You didn't really see them stagger too much. It was an iron defense, so you couldn't really have the time to find that team carry anyway, because the second they knew where 67 mustard bottles were, or any members of them, they knew their zip code, and they were going down. What do you think, Sasu?
Yeah, I think that sometimes you do sort of have a win condition in the person that would be most advantageous to your team to go down. But I would argue, I'm not so sure that Count My Bands necessarily has somebody like that. I think that Kiki on that sticker stamper, and I think Smile is on the 96, just putting on a bunch of pressure. And of course, you have Sunny that very rarely goes down, just giving the entire team coolers. And you yourself being a coolerless team, I think just sometimes teams play together, as you mentioned, enough that there isn't quite a crack that you can find like that. So coming up next, we're going to be looking at Afterlife versus Zipcat. But first, we're going to take, I think, a short break. So don't go anywhere. Maybe grab a snack, but be quick about it, because we'll be right back with you with Triton 124. Hello and welcome back to Triton-Cup. I'm Sasu here with Moku, and we're taking a look at Afterlife versus Zipcat, and this is definitely slated to be a very exciting set, especially because I believe this is our 4th and 5th seed, so it's bound to be a close one, Moku.
Indeed. And I can't help but notice, but Zipcat is in this match, and I've commentated for Zipcat before. I'm not trying to show bias. I'm not going to show bias. I might be low-key a fan of Zipcat. But other than that, I can't wait to see how both teams perform. As you said, they're close seeds. So it's going to be really close, like you said. And I can't wait to see who comes out on top in this set.
As a fan of Zipcat, do you have any ideas about what comps we might be seeing or what sort of gameplay we can be expecting on Mako Zones?
To be fair, I only commentated them for about one set, so it's not like I'm not like a super fan, so to speak. Like, I can't just say, oh, Farouk mains this and Eli mains this. But actually, I guess I could expect some sort of range out of Eli, either pencil or heavy edit. So, me when I lie, me when I doubt my observation.
Well, I definitely say, as a heavy edit player myself, I have long said it. I don't like playing heavy edit on Mako at all. I feel like this is a very kind of vertical map in that it has the stacks, it's got the drops, and the fact that, you know, to be on one of those stacks, I just have to drop my entire charge. Feels bad, man. Feels bad for sure. So usually I personally switch to Tri-Slosher. That is not in most people's repertoire. It's kind of an off-meta weapon, so I wouldn't be surprised if both of these teams just default instead to the pen. But we're going to be taking a look at these loadouts as soon as we get in here. I think someone's router may not be in the best of shape, and that
oh no,
it certainly isn't. We have a comms error. Hopefully, I hate to say hopefully, but hopefully that was for the entirety of the room and not just our caster, because we certainly don't want the action to be happening off screen.
$20 a year, folks. $20 a year. 10 out of 10 best game. Nintendo moment. Nintendo Game of the Year. I don't know if it's even in the Game Awards this time. What's even in the Game Awards? No, completely different thing, but...
Well, I honestly haven't super been following it. I do know that there are certain, because the Switch 2 came out, there's a lot of nominations sort of from that. I think, what is it? The Donkey Kong game, right? That came out for Switch 2?
yeah.
I think that's probably there. So, I don't even know if Splatoon is technically eligible. Is it only things that come out in that specific year?
You know, imagine if Splatoon Raiders was in their, most anticipated game or something.
Is it, though? Is Splatoon Raiders in the top 50 of most anticipated games for the entire gaming community?
I'd like to think so. And we'll have to ask both of these teams at some point what they think. And hopefully the router is working this time. We might have had to have just bonked it with my ink brush. I would like my ink brush back, please.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at these comps. Everything pretty standard and above board. Both teams boarding a bubble, but once again, we're seeing that double Booyah Bomb in the Sticker Stamper and the S-Blast coming out of Afterlife. So I think right off the top, we have that cooler coming out, and 3 members down for Afterlife, giving Zipcat that entire zone. And as you foresaw, there is Eli with the pen and a very unfortunate splat there on that decap.
Indeed, and even though Zipcat has had the lead, Afterlife is going to take the zone, and it won't take much for a lead switch to happen. Afterlife working on that defense, Metro going down on the side of Zipcat as we see a lead switch here, Sasu.
Yes, Afterlife does have that zone and the lead, and you see, I think, S-Blast just doing what it does, staying under those ledges, just cleaning up, trying to see what it can get away with. A very wise jump out when they were in a sticky situation on that bottom left, holding it. And one thing I will mention, Moku, is that sometimes you might see people kind of hold this Booyah Bomb like this for excessively long, and I would argue, you know how with a charger, you boot up into open, you see a charger there, and you're just hiding behind cover the entire time, only to find out halfway through that that charger maybe isn't the best shot. Sometimes the threat is all you need, and I think that is really what helped Afterlife get this win.
Indeed, GG's both teams so far. We're going into game 2, and you know what? Zipcat just needs a. Zipcat just gotta. You just gotta warm up for a little bit. Gotta preheat the oven. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. But I'll be so for real. Afterlife did such a great job. They had a good defense. I know I say that about a lot of teams so far, but usually teams that start out with a good defense frame 1 and can keep that up. And I know it sounds obvious, but when you really see it in action, 9 times out of 10, they get to just sweep. Maybe you'll lose the zone a couple times, but they just kept coming back. Like zombies. Like, Zipcat kept bringing them down, but Afterlife is like, no, we're coming back. Oh. You can't get rid of it. You can't put.
I would actually argue that Afterlife, not necessarily their defense, but their offense is what gave them that win. After all, people do say the best defense is a good offense. So if you can just kind of keep the other team down, keep rushing them down, and they're putting all their resources into handling you, then they have no time to really get to that zone because they themselves are constantly defending while those numbers are ticking down. So we are going to be heading instead to Robo Ramen zones now. And I think this is much like Mako Mart, a very standard place everyone is used to fighting on, really. There's a lot of flanks, a lot of verticality, a lot of places to work with. So gonna be interested to see if a Reef Slider comes out of either of these teams, or if we see any sort of switches in the comps.
You're absolutely right to point that out. I can't wait to see what else has changed. I might have to go and bonk the router again. Never mind. We might be getting into it. Let's see here. No comp changes from what I'm seeing. So it's on Robo Ramen. First of all, can I have some ramen, guys? Thank you. Me and Sasu have some ramen. But I guess they'll have to do some splat zones first before we go badgering for ramen. As Afterlife takes the zone first, Cat's going down to Eli. It's a nice pick on Eli's part. Afterlife keeping the zone for themselves. Cooler coming out for Zipcat. And we're just going to have to see what they're going to do here, because they look cornered as S-Blast takes them out.
Yeah, I think the S-Class is doing their exact job, just absolutely jumping people. Not to mention, I think Afterlife had pushed up far enough that they got past the elbow point, which is super difficult to contest the zone once they are that far up. But Zipcat very wisely bubbled their own elbow, allowing them to take that space back. But you see, despite all of the picks that they've gotten, they have not. Been able to get their hands on the zone. A very unfortunate pick happens at that bottom right, but I think Afterlife is just playing very careful. The strikes come out, so they're going to have to paint over these, and they do not do it, stopping them at a 4 push.
It was a nice clutch on the side of Zipcat. Farouk making sure to try to clean up, but getting taken out by Pencil. Seeing Mirage taking up a nice defense here. Crab in zone, but Zipcat holds on to the zone even though it's in neutral right now, and then Afterlife takes it, but not for long as Zipcat takes it right back from under them. Said, "Nuh-uh, we let you have the last game. We're coming up in here with our s'mores. We're gonna be on defense. We're not only working on that, but we're also working on offense." Farouk over here making short work of the map control, cleaning up as best they can, but ultimately going down to Splatano Stamper, climbing up into zone, and Afterlife takes the zone back. That was a very nice fight for zone and for defense.
I think that the difference between both of their pushes that's made it so that Afterlife was able to take it back sort of with ease, despite having Zipcat just completely in their base and their area, is that I think Zipcat got away with this really not Zipcat, rather Afterlife got away with this long hold simply because they've been very wise about not overextending. You see 2 members go down, I believe, to that Booyah Bomb, and then they're back like nothing. The Sticker Stamper goes down to Farouk, but ultimately the bubble comes out, making it difficult for them to approach. 2 of their own members go down, that being Afterlife, and despite even so, 3 of the members, it's just Pen up, just trying to keep a little bit of space, trying to ward them off from this elbow area. And like, you notice that when Zipcat is at advantage, they are all the way in there. So when 2 of their members go down, when they're at disadvantage, they essentially wipe. Meanwhile, Afterlife playing very careful, trying to stay in mid for the most part. So those penalty points that they knock down go straight back up to a 48 with Zipcat getting this zone.
Just like you were saying, I was saying earlier that Afterlife, as Cats goes down, Afterlife tends to just come back really fast. And Zipcat manages to take zone a couple times, now trying to hold on to it. It just seems like you were saying, Afterlife just knows, I disagree with you is what I'm trying to say. Now they're working on their own offense. Afterlife, we see Cats here sharking, despite having the particle effect of Cooler, which should make them visible, and it does. Of course, you also have the jump, but that's the power of keeping your jumps for your teammates, folks. And we're going to game 3. So I was going to go to game 3, but
yeah, that is another win here for Afterlife, I believe, in a pretty dominant fashion, might I add. I think that they once again, they just played careful, very calculated, and they could have allowed Zipcat to just run away with it when they had that nasty hold in the middle of the game there. But I think it takes a lot of carefulness to make sure that, you're not that when you lose the zone that you don't necessarily lose it for long, and you can always get back into mid because you just kind of have to find the edge of the ribbon, pull and undo the team. But it's not over for Zipcat yet. They're going to be looking to reverse sweep Afterlife here on Mahi Mahi zones. And I think that if they're able to figure out, like, what it is they have to do to maybe have Afterlife step out of line to make them move up, because this is another place where hubris can kind of get you checked when you go into the enemy's sort of court area, and then you're done because too many of you have died. So we'll see how that works out for Zipcat and whether or not they can deal with what I expect to be an S-Blast, just like we saw in an earlier set, just camping under that ledge and trying to get all the chip in the world.
Something I've just now noticed, it's dawned on me. Zipcat, they tend to be a little bit more separated from each other. They seem to have their own ideas of what to do. There's a whole general idea of what to do, but it seems like I'm seeing hero plays sometimes, and by sometimes I mean like maybe twice in a while, and Afterlife seems a lot more together physically on the map, which makes their pushes a lot easier to execute, only because everybody's already right there. Zipcat has their own pushes, and that's also great, but do you know what I'm saying, or am I just going crazy?
I think it definitely helps to play together in a lot of cases, especially when you can just get those 2v1s, but also you have to be careful about that because the other team does have these weapons that can just take you out in one fell swoop, like a decav, like we just saw go down. But already Afterlife does get completely wiped there by Zipcat, who is back with a vengeance, moving up so quickly to see how they can pressure these drops. And you see it right there, a trade happening on that bottom right coming out of the V-Slosher and jump-ins to see just how much pressure they can get done. But of course, Afterlife does have that double booyah, right? So even if Zipcat is doing a really strong job, like they are, of watching all of these drops, but whoa, I think we just saw perhaps a quad out of the S-Blast on Afterlife's side. So just in the blink of an eye, everything has changed, it seems.
Indeed, and with Afterlife having no penalty points, they only have a few takes to go before they take the lead. And I was just about to say, Zipcat is working with a smaller map, which means you can't really get too far from your teammates, but you can be far enough still to be at a disadvantage. Farouk is working left side here with somebody guarding the ledge like a Smash Bros. Cat's cleaning up around the ledge, going down ultimately to Eli, and Zipcat taking it back after getting size advantage.
Yes, but I think once again you still have this S-Blast just on the run, on a tirade, getting the picks that they can, sort of baiting people left, inexplicably booyahing, I think, perhaps trying to this way a little bit, or maybe just calling the shot. I think that's time.zip going down there. Zipcat taking the zone once again and bubbling in that bottom right, which definitely really great for making people feel as though they can't drop, can't approach the zone. So we have a jump out there, 2 members down for Afterlife, make that 3. And despite the fact that there are 2 members down, also on Zipcat, one of them has strikes. So even though we are in the 30s, I think that can go by really fast. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a switch in leaders here.
It wouldn't surprise me either. And with Price Strikes coming out to negate that Booyah Bomb, we did see that lead switch, and we're seeing Zipcat take the zone back, ultimately losing it to Afterlife, but I feel like Zipcat has something up their sleeves here, Sasu.
What makes you think that in specific? Is there something about how they're playing? Because I actually think that they might be in a little bit of trouble if they don't get the exact picks that they need, which they have done. Perhaps your third eye opened there because they're able to get 3 into a delayed wipe here, and now they're setting up to see what it is they can do. But of course, we've seen Afterlife time and time again take the zone back regardless of how pushed up Zipcat is, so we're gonna see just how long they can keep this for.
I have a feeling that Zipcat is warmed up by now. And not to be the bearer of commentator's curse here, but with their penalty points taken down, they're just gonna have to hold it long enough. Yeah, that was commentator's curse. Sorry, y'all. But Afterlife, for real, taking back the zone and saying, no, we got something else up our sleeves. Zipcat happens to be the type of team that will just surprise you. I couldn't put it into words, but I kind of knew that before they kind of took them back. Mundi mounting a nice defense on Snipe. They have whittled down their penalty point. I'm hoping Zipcat. I wasn't trying to show bias, but seems like Afterlife is going to be taking the set. GG's both teams.
Yes, that is
commentator's first, my fault.
not at all. I think that, Afterlife did a really good job of getting the exact picks that they needed.
Yeah, for real.
I saw even under you speaking, 2 people had gone down, so I was like, they're just gonna probably, unfortunately, lose zone here, and then they just sort of finished the job mid-speech, so certainly do not blame yourself, but Zipcat can't blame themselves either. I think that they played very well up against an extremely strong team. So well done to both of these teams, but I'm sure Afterlife feeling really good after a 3-0 in this set.
Indeed, GG's both teams once again. I was really impressed with the performance on both sides, for real. And like I was saying, Zipcat will tend to surprise you, but they also have tendency of making hero plays elsewhere. And I was thinking, Mahi Mahi Resort is not that big. They could have a bit more luck sticking together, and they did, for the most part. There were some places where I'm over here like, this player is off over here in distance, getting distracted, and that's like for both teams. It happens. It happens to me as well. I mean, us rushers get distracted. You just throw some salmon out on the field, and well, at least for me, I'm like, but I'm just yapping. I'm just hyper. I'm just being goofy.
No problem. I think, like, yeah, some people a little bit separated, but I get it. Sometimes things demand your attention at the fringes, but that's going to be it for this set. I think we're going to be going to a short break while we wait for that next set. So be sure.
That wasn't me.
Oh my god. Be sure not to go anywhere because we will be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Triton-Cup 124. I'm Sasu here with Moku, and we are returning back to count my bands, except this time they're up against in the winners bracket semis. I was saying over the break, I like to believe that is a Kendrick Lamar. I think the song is I, perhaps. Where he just goes so I will be saying it as such. But we are finally in the part of the bracket where we're gonna be looking at counter picks, and starting off this set will be Zone's Mahi Mahi Resort, which I believe we actually just watched before we set off before the break, Moku.
Indeed, we did. Now my band's returning for another battle against
Yeah.
I don't.
Perhaps it was a frustrated like you very much gave it like
I don't know register. Like,
yeah,
where's our fourth?
I'm so sorry for headphones users. I will stop yelling into your ears, but yes, that is going to be our second seed once again. Count my bands versus I'm gonna give you a bit of a more. You know what? I'm switching up to the dentist say for that, but let's take a look at these loadouts. We have Smile switching back to that Luna Blaster that we saw them on momentarily before they switched back in that last set. Kiki on the Dread Ringer, ready with that Reef Slider to just be a complete menace. And we, for the first time, I'm sure you're excited to see this Octobrush, the new Comets one that I believe has Kraken on the side of
Octobrush! Yeah, with Nori Prime going in for it, but getting taken out by Cap. Reef Slider Cheese on the left. And Water being a hazard, as per usual. With Count My Bands being to it, they take the lead here. With Nori Prime once again going down. Sunny watching left, knowing it's busy over there all the time. And it's kind of ledge guarding from a distance. Kraken coming out on the side of And Sazu, how do you think this interaction's gonna go?
Well, I love that Sunny had enough just faith in herself that she saw that Kraken and was like, listen, like, you're nothing. Let me just get out of the way. I am not threatened at all. So that was definitely really impressive to see. But so far, we see this Zip coming out. I think from Prime, gonna get that pick right before that recall. But you see, they've managed to add to the fact that 3 of the members are down from Camp My Bands. They've done a really good job of making sure that they're just keeping them controlled, and this can be a lockout heavy map, so I think that's what is going for here.
Indeed, with a nice trade on the side of Nori Prime and I forgot the other person's name. I am so sorry. Me when I lose my memory. So now in the lead. They've been in the lead the whole time, and unless they get a push, unless they get a push, they're gonna take it. But Count My Band saying no and taking the zone last second, giving Count My Band's penalty points to have to work through. But yeah, like now they both have penalty points. Comet's Octobrush making their way over to the right, but getting taken out by Smile. Ooh, this is a really close match, Sazu.
Yeah, that's the beauty of a Reef Slider, is you don't have to wait for the push if you have enough special power up. You can just Reef Slide, switch the zone, call it a day, and you have Smile just making their way over to the right. I think that there was a bit of a cancel there, and now a wipeout, ultimately really strong.
Ooh.
Everyone is moving up. I think we saw them playing a little bit more patient last time around, and they still are. They're not trying to get onto their plat or anything like that, but they are out of time. They being you see the Zip comes out. It's not going to help Paint, or at least it is, because they got an appropriate pick. And just at the last second, I think they have held on to the lead and put 60 ticks on the board in terms of that penalty. So Count My Bands now has just a lot more to get through just to get those 2 points.
Kiki making sure to clean up over there on right side. Count My Bands having an astronomical amount of map control, which gives them an advantage over Ah. But the Kraken comes out. Free Melly coming out over to the left and focusing on zone and cleaning up the right side. Sunny going down, but this puts the Brush in a very, very vulnerable position, but getting that nice trade on Kiki as Cap jumps in to finish up the cleanup, but nonetheless, takes the zone, and now it's back in the possession of Count My Band.
Yeah, there are a lot of ticks left, but sometimes when the game just gets away from you, you really don't want to see that. And has 2 members down, so they have yet to really get in there. 2 members going down from Count My Bands in turn. I think a jump out gonna happen, not quite cognizant of the person that was sitting there on snipe. So once again gets the zone, putting a little bit more penalty points on Count My Bands. And now you see that has like a chokehold on this mid area, this aggressive crab. Absolutely no one can drop on that left side while that is active. So they're making their way through those points. I think there's no way for them quite to make it through all of them. So right now, Count My Bands is just trying to get off their plat. They don't have to necessarily worry about that because they have the reef slider. So now we have this 1v1, which ultimately Roman is going to come out on top. And right now it is just a paint off. There's no way they can win that necessarily for now with all of the members up. So we're looking at a bit of a power struggle with this crab as it is now. But wow, a back and forth. And once again, it is just a few numbers, but you see at the end there, 3 members going down for Count My Bands, leaving no one left to paint. And listen, Count My Bands won a lot of those battles, but ultimately winning the war.
Indeed. And that was a huge flurry of just ink. Just, you had to matrix those shots. If you're on the side of you had to matrix all those shots, and you still got the zone. GG so far, both teams. I can't wait to see what y'all counterpick. Urchin zones. I'm just kidding.
I have some very close friends that love an Urchin Zones, but I know I'm going to be feeling sorry for myself if I'm the one who has to play on it. So Urchin Zones can be quite fun to watch because you see a lot of switch-ups in terms of comp whenever that map mode comes along, because a lot of weapons that have a lot of range, while range is king on a lot of maps, not necessarily on Urchin. You see people hanging up their leaders and their pens for Dapple sometimes, so that they still have that cooler, or maybe even a gal, a rapid, depending. So definitely will be interesting to see if we get some sort of non-conventional comps due to an Urchin pick. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get something more conventional, like a Robo Ramen. And right under my feet, maybe my third eye opened here, because the counter pick is actually Zone's Robo Ramen. So Count My Bands definitely choosing to pick something a little bit more conventional that they probably have a better game plan on.
Indeed. And Robo Ramen, I know I make this joke a lot, but if you're either on Count My Bands or can me and Sasu have some ramen too? I'll have the chicken and beef and the shrimp. Just 90%
all
shrimp.
In one bowl?
Yes.
Chicken and ramen
and shrimp, yes.
Ooh, this is like a loaded ramen. Like I wonder, there are a lot of ramen places where I live in New York City, and I'll be honest, I guess, do you pay for the extras to have them put in the shrimp or because I feel like usually it's just like, I actually used to work at a ramen restaurant. This is what
no kidding.
Moku, yes.
I'll be so for real. I've never had like authentic ramen Where I am. Like, we have so many ramen restaurants around here because I live in a larger city myself, but I've never taken the chance because I'm over here like, oh, it's always there all the time. I can always go tomorrow, and tomorrow becomes never, and I'm over here like, I just gotta do it. But
Listen, to you, Moku, and to the rest of the viewers, do not let your dreams just be dreams because you say, I will go there next time, and then they close. And then at that point, you're SOL. You don't have any opportunity to go. So I invite anyone, if there's a shop and you're kind of like, well, I want to go there, but like later, go there now. Because when they close and you think, oh, wow, I've been wanting to go there for 5 years, you will feel silly and bad.
for real, though. And things are moving all the time around here. It's like, nothing really stays in place for like, I don't know, 10 years around here.
So get ahead of it and make sure, let this be a PSA. Go to Robo Ramen. You've been walking past it for years now saying, I'm going to get a bowl. Get the bowl ASAP. Put a day on your calendar. Put a reminder. I will go get my bowl from that place that may one day close. But whether you're getting your ramen loaded with, I believe, beef, chicken, and shrimp like Moku, or you're a bit more classic, you want to get that tonkatsu with the very hearty broth like I tend to order. I'm sure it's going to be a very delicious match that we will be seeing between Count My Bands and here for the second game.
Indeed. And you know what? This map and mode is actually one of my favorites. Like, for a while, I actually kind of, like, as a brush main, I kind of did buns on it for a while, but that was when I was getting into comp. Now it's starting to become my favorite again because I'm over here like, I can flank underneath this map in many directions. All I want to do, and all I want to do is, like, skirmish, like, when I drop down left, frame 1. So many teams like to go there first because they know, okay, this is where some of the skirmishers like to be. So that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, honestly, I was a little bit surprised when you were like, I didn't care for it. I was like, you, a brush? Like, brush is just, it's like a kid in a candy store, like a play store. Not play store, a playground for
playground.
Brush. So much, a lot of people complain, rightfully so, one could argue, that there's just so many maps that don't have proper flanks, where it just feels like, a leader can sit there and just beam you from literally wherever. And Robo Ramen certainly isn't one of those places. There's so many places that you can utilize as a skirmisher, get people at these off angles, and engage the other team in really creative ways. So I think when Robo Ramen came out, there was a lot of love for it, and I think it's one of the very few newly introduced maps that got a lot of love and then stayed in the good graces as a good map. Because, I remember Ship Shape got a lot of love, and then people really kind of reeled that back, and they're like, wait, no. There's a lot of things not to like about this map. I don't think Lemuria or Marlin really got all that much love on launch, but yeah, I will say I think Robo Ramen, we knew from the beginning that she was something special. In my personal opinion, probably one of the best maps in practically any mode. People will fight you on tower and say tower Robo Ramen is not that great, but I also play Clash Blaster, so and try Slosher, so I cannot agree legally.
That is so real. I've only got experience as a brush, but I know where you're coming from.
Yes, but finally the wait is over, and we're going to be heading into the second game. So far, No changes from either team. Yes, actually, I have spotted a change. That's my bad. Kiki switching over to the Frozen Pro to have those missiles, no doubt, for their pushes. And of course, we've got that bubble out of that junior that can do wonders, likely. But right off the top, two members going down for Count My Bands. They know that they're down, and they are back with a vengeance.
Indeed, with Count My Bands already taking the zone, frame 1. We've an early lead switch, and with the Ultra Stamp being thrown, but ultimately it was the Frozen that took them out, with Count My Bands taking up a nice space to camp out on that choke point. Kraken managing to get free, but being in a very vulnerable spot here. But
yes,
nonetheless, sorry.
No, I kind of stepped on your toes there. My apologies, Moku, but
you're okay. You can take over.
This crab is going to come out. Unfortunately, not really going to put the pressure that it likely probably wanted on that back line. Getting punished for its smile on that Luna Blaster. Just sort of sharking on that bottom right. Jumping out very wisely while moves up to try and take this elbow area. Because once you've lost your elbow, you've lost a lot, essentially. That is a really hostile takeover, and I think that Melly is doing a really good job of just being a lot of pressure, essentially. Sunny gets a really strong pick, but ultimately it seems like we saw Count My Bands do a phenomenal job the last time they were on this map mode, and this time around they're really struggling. I think that their defense hasn't necessarily been serving them. They're constantly out of position due to just like, it feels like the specials from the other team. You've got that crab. I think we saw that Comet's brush with the Kraken that was chasing one of the members out. And then as they were backing up from the Kraken, there was a zip behind them. So is popping a lot of their specials. Finally, Count My Bands is able to start working on their main points, but penalties back. They just can't seem to hold for long.
And that seems to be the case for now, but Count My Bands seems to be sticking together as best as they can to try to take back the lead, but they have to go against the defense that has mounted. Missiles coming out, bubble being popped, control being taken back just long enough to give more penalty points. Or at least, I don't know if the number has changed, it's a very small number. Count My Bands ultimately not getting zone back, but if can keep it long enough, then they'll take this match too. And Sasu, what do you think Count My Bands has to do right now to get the upper hand here? Break out this lockout?
Honestly, I think that they all have to be up and ready to push, because they have kind of their specials are not as offensive comparatively. They've got, I think, a zip on Luna Blaster. Apologies if that's not correct. And then of course the junior has bubble, and they have those missiles. I think they have to pop those missiles and then all move as a team to combo off of them and get the picks that they really need. But you see, constantly they're just in a state of cleaning up, so to speak. They currently have two members down on They're moving up to the elbow to take that aggressive space, but they're gonna have to anticipate the fact that there is a Kraken, one, and that they might be hit by a crab or that zip or something like that. So the Kraken has been popped. It's trying to make its way on the zone, but Kiki doing a really smart job of just ignoring it and going for that pen to get a critical pick. And you see, I think that's why they're able to take the lead here.
Indeed, and just like that, Count My Bands takes this match, going 1-1 right now. And I've got to say, that was a pretty good comeback, because I had them on the back foot for a while. But sometimes what you gotta do is wait for the right moment to come back out and strike. Because as you were saying, Oz specials were more offensive, But if count my bands, I think all they needed was to agree on a new plan. And from what I saw, it seems like they did, and they just executed it, and that helped them get the win.
Yeah, I really do think it came down to sort of their planning because if I were up against I certainly would have had a difficult time as well. They were just smothering Count My Bands with their specials. Every time you look up, there's a crab, there's a kraken. A zip is coming at them. No doubt that must have been very difficult on Sunny, who might have been bombed out by the crab, zipped to sort of take her out. But I think at the end of the day, they took their space and they very methodically used their specials to their advantage, and they got the exact picks that they needed. Talk about win condition. These are the pieces you have to take off of the board. Instead of focusing on the people who are just kind of skirmishing and distracting, they realized, you saw what I pointed out at the end there. They were like, there was someone sort of behind. There was the Kraken, and instead of going back to take care of the Kraken, you had a member from Count My Bands instead pressuring the pen, and they were getting pressured by someone else, but they dropped it and said, no, I'm going to keep focusing on this. So we're going to see if that serves them well in this new game, especially because a switch has been made off of the Luna Blaster onto an S-Blast. Definitely a more aggressive weapon, and interestingly enough, a change to that Gold Nautilus from Free Melly off of that brush. So we're going to have that splashdown ready. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that Nori Prime on the Stamper is on, honestly, one of the rarest Stampers that you see, that Crab Stamper. So we will be seeing that as well.
My band's already taking the zone, and they are going for that lead switch here, Zasu, with Smile watching the snipe, but jumping down as Missile comes out, making sure all that space is taken up, and they're trying to keep pinned away into their base. This is a lockout.
Yeah, so far, but honestly, on a place like Crab Leg, a lockout could be worse. Smile gets a really great flank, trying to control what's happening on this right side. You need Sunny to paint over that zone because it is currently in neutral, but that splashdown probably going to put it back in neutral once again, and the members of Count My Bands are just kind of conceding their space a little bit there in mid. They ultimately win that war of paint, and I think Nori Prime here is just getting boxed out. Can't really get anything done and gets gunned down. 3 members down on and now they are taking the top right, and even worse, they have a bubble on their plat. Now this is a lockout, and I think a 100-0 push there for Count My Bands.
We're going to game 4 as Count My Bands takes this match as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really do just think it took a new plan behind the scenes on Count My Bands' part, because they didn't give any room to They didn't let them move at all, and anything tried to do, they knew their zip code every single time. So it was just frame 1, don't let them play the game. I guess that was the whole plan. Just don't let them play the game.
Yeah, I think Count My Bands is really coming at this with a vengeance. It feels like, because they lost pretty strongly to right off the top, and then I feel like that was the kick in the pants that they really needed to lock in here, because like you said, this was a pretty dominant game, but we're going this time to umami zones, and of course you've got these double zones, and it can be such a hassle to keep them both painted, especially when you have a pen, when you have a backline sitting on that top left, painting the zone that's closest to them and putting it in neutral because they've put too much paint on it. It can be so annoying, but sometimes that makes for really strong, really close games because sometimes it just comes down to a paint off. So we're getting straight into it. I have to imagine there's probably very few changes except for maybe on Oz side, who switches to that Luna Blaster, kind of taking up the mantle, I suppose, in a way from was it Smile or Kiki who was running it? I thought it was Kiki, but it might have been Smile. But anyways, an early pick right off the top is going to make it so Count My Bands is in a really good advantageous position. And they have top mid, and I'd argue, Moku, that's huge.
Indeed, once you control top mid, you control both zones, as Count My Bands already has the lead again. Smile going down to Pen, and Kitty Grizz doing their best to defend, but going down to S-Blast. With having size advantage, they get the wipeout, and they have a chance to take zone back, control top mid, and try to launch some sort of lockout against Count My Bands. Woo! And one of them going down a pencil. Nice work on side of Giddy Grizz, controlling top mid. And if you could control their silo, you would. But you still have to deal with missile, and we're going to see a lead switch. We're going to see a lead switch. We see the lead. Well, no, yeah, we see the lead switch. I was about to just read the wrong numbers off. My glasses don't work. Pencil going at it. We might see it. They might take this match, Salsu.
Yes. There is still a lot of Splatoon to be played, especially two of their members are down. So they have this in neutral, able to take both zones ultimately. So that puts a 44-point penalty there on as Sunny takes this center mid, just taking this high ground, putting a cooler out for her team, and then continuing to chip anyone who dares get past that choke area. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if right now we see a change of hands once again, because I think that they're picking off the members of one by one, essentially. And it's really difficult to get back in. Of course, they're having some restraint. They're just kind of guarding that check. Abuya comes out, no doubt, for that crab. Gonna miss it ultimately, and the Pen gets its shots in. So we're all the way down to 20. They're gonna have to rush as soon as they can, especially with Count My Bands at this disadvantage. Their junior is down, but you see just moving in at the speed of light, getting three members down into a wipeout, ultimately putting them in a great position to possibly take this game. But they have a bit of a mountain to climb in 20 or so penalty points, as well as 43 ticks still on their board.
This is true, but it's a mountain they can camp on, even though two go down to Kiki. Roman and their teammate have a chance to just bring the s'mores. Even though Booyah Bomb's coming out, they have a chance to negate that. And even though it does bring the zone to neutral, they just have to. But Count My Bands takes the zone back. Kiki going down. Honestly, the defense on Oz side, once they get in, once they get a foothold, they can stay there for a while. But now we're seeing a lockout. They're saying, nah, we're going to camp in your campsite instead. To which I say, I hope you forgot your s'mores. I don't know. I'm kidding. I'm not showing bias here. It's just interesting to see who's going to win here, because both teams have fought so hard all set. And Kiki getting a nice pick on Giddy Grizz.
Yes, but at the same time, I think, you know what's happening here, what happens very often on Umami, where you're just pushed up so far that you need to get the zone, and some of them are in neutral. And I think that you saw Kiki getting those picks, but for whatever reason, one of the zones was in neutral. It was not painted over. Maybe everyone was just pushed up too far up. I think, honestly, they might have been able to just end the game if they painted over that zone, but not going to happen. It's hard to manage two at the same time. Sunny taking that top right, ready to chip anyone, and also just put that zone closest to them in that neutral position. They currently have the zone. They check that last person. We're looking at a Pen v Pen, and Sunny comes out on top ultimately. So really strong showing does go down as well. Count my bands with 3 down. I think possibly, not possibly, for sure into a delayed wipe. So staggering can be death here. And Count My Bands being on the back foot, knowing that they have to make it to that zone. They don't have as much time as they might think they do. Definitely have to figure it out and make sure that they don't stagger.
Indeed, and if I can manage a good defense here, if they just paint over the zone, then they have a good chance at taking it for themselves. They just need a strong push. They just need a miracle push. They just need to just stay in control long enough. But it seems like Count My Bands is going to take the set. GG's both teams.
Yeah, I think really good composure there out of Count My Bands. Very often you see that a team has a really strong leadership, really, on how much comes out there. And you see Kiki has changed their emote at the end to match the rest of their teammates. But yeah, you'll see that there is a team that supposedly all they have to do is get zone, and they're so far ahead that they will easily win the game. But you panic and you scatter and you stagger, and in OT, that costs you the game. So you can really tell that Count My Bands are strong players by how they kept their composure, got the picks that they needed, headed back into zone, and did what needed to be done.
Indeed, and it was just a really intense set between these two. Because I had every chance to take the lead for themselves at many points, but Count My Bands. Honestly, I think they're just thriving on anger because I've seen it in the past, in the last set too, where Count My Bands ends up winning because I guess they lost first, and then they're like, yeah, no, that's not gonna fly. It's like, come on.
Yes,
like,
but
powered by anger.
Absolutely. I think what a fierce set from both of these strong seeds. Of course, going to be sent down to losers. So who's to say that we haven't seen the last of them? They might make their way back into that grand finals if they fight for it hard enough. But I will say that is going to be it. Unfortunately for myself and Moku, you're going to have 2 stellar casters that I quite love coming up here, so don't you go anywhere. But before we sign off, Moku, give me your plugs. If someone wants to keep up with you, where should they go?
You can find me at mokudraws1020.bsky.social, and there you can send your lovely ramen to me. I would really appreciate that. And don't forget the extra helping of salmon. You can just put salmon all over it as well. It's gonna be a whole protein bowl. And Saucy, where can lovely people find you?
If you want to keep up with me or find me online, you can find me at Sasu in Your Pants. That's SASUIN, the letters UR pants. Basically, that is all of my social media, and I will be at Big Dapple. I believe that's on December 6th, if I'm not mistaken. So that is in the metro area. If you're in the New York City, New Jersey area, or something to that effect, be sure to come on out. And I think that's just about it. Usagi Fan Club versus Count My Bands coming up next with 2 new casters, so stay with us.
Support your local lands!
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to see you're still here for Triton-Cup 124 with a commentator switch, as the other two have said previously. I am Ray, and with me today we have Pat. Hello, how are you, Pat?
I am doing wonderfully. I am glad we get to watch more Splatoon action, of course, more zones action here with Triton-Cup 124. And we're gonna go right on the upper bracket finals, right? As we go with Splat Zones on Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, Undertow Spillway is a very interesting map mode for zones. I think it's relatively unpopular in my opinion. It's mostly only seen in like picnic formats, like Triton Cup, or all maps zones, which sometimes JP does, and some other Western tournaments have started doing that as well. So it's a map mode that not everyone can play, but of course we are in finals of Triton Cup, so they probably are prepared for it.
Exactly. If you have a plan with your team to play on that map, you want to bring it because it's very likely that your opponent doesn't have it. Now, both of these teams put that on their list. Both of these teams chose to go here. So we're going to see our two undefeated teams of the tournament fighting on this unusual map. So I can't wait to see what they're about to do. As you say, we don't know that much about it because we don't see it that often.
I mean, it makes it just more interesting, honestly. Because,
Yeah.
you don't see it that often, so it's always fun to see new styles of play and new strategies being developed for these maps that are relatively unusual. And we are moving right into the match with two relatively regular comps, but we do see a junior here on the side of Count My Bands, which is not a pick you often see.
Yep, and it's not going to work for the opening. Usagi Fan Club with a bit more firepower will be able to take first control now. Count My Bands, thanks to that junior, will have more painting power, will have more presence once that bubbler is ready. The big question is, can they get in right now? Usagi Fan Club is simply getting splat after splat, right?
Yeah, it's an S+. S+ is currently one of the best weapons in the game, if not the best. It is known for doing these solo plays. And they're just continuing. They're still in there on the right side, fighting two people while the junior is trying to fight on the left side, getting that zone. And they do. And they flip the zone finally and get the upper hand of the mid. And the juniors try to get the cooler on the other side as well.
You want to get back for that drink right there. But the junior is getting back in the same position and punishing one player, but not you. All of Usagi are back on the attack, but this time there's lots of blue paint around, which is allowing Count My Bands to really keep control of the map. Right now, we're so close to a lead swap as Usagi is pushing once again, right?
But the strikes came out, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, Pat. The zone, the lead flips, but the zone does flip once here as the entirety of Count My Bands goes down against Usagi Fan Club.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club able to retake control, to retake the space for themselves. There's not that much penalty, but Usagi has just lost two players. Count My Bands is ready to push once again. The Tacticular is deployed. They already have one zone, and the Booyah Bomb is going to help secure the other one. Count My Bands again coming back, and this time they already have the lead, right? Which means everything they do from now on is bonus points.
Yeah, but we do see the pro on the left side going down and the pencil getting forced out. Another one of Count My Bands goes down as the pencil is the only one alive, and the zone flips here for Usagi Fan Club, which gives them a lot of control as the pencil has to jump out here.
Except for that jump, that was a wipe out. Usagi Fan Club has the all ground for themselves, and their pencil is very aggro, trying to get snipes in the opponent's platform. Right now, Usagi Fan Club are winning this fight. Cap going in with the junior is only going to get a trade. I feel like the lead is about to flip once again as Usagi Fan Club are maintaining their control over the zones. Oh,
Yeah, but
oh,
we also see Count My Bands
Oh.
trying to fight back. They get the zone here and get control once again. Here, trying to get the pencil, maybe being a little bit too aggressive as they go down to the S-Blast while they shark. I mean, I don't know if sharking is the best option since the other player on the enemy side just saw them. But I mean, it's an S-Blast, you know. So they get the kill here and are looking to go further in and maybe extend that lead of theirs as well.
I mean, you told us at the start of the game, the S-Blast is always dangerous, the S-Blast is always the weapon to watch, and we've seen that from both teams. Very much these S-Blasts have been getting fight after fight, splat after splat, and forcing the opponent to jump out. Now, Usagi Fan Club almost done with their penalty, but one is applied once again. Very nice push by Count My Bands, who are, in this last minute, taking back control over the zones, and only need to get rid of their penalty if they want to get the lead back.
Oh, that stamp was really dangerous, and unfortunately, the pro goes down mid-air, just barely not being able to jump out, and Usagi Fan Club is back in mid, just trying to hold on for the last 50 seconds here. I mean, they're probably, if they can keep the zone here, they will extend that lead. But they are not, apparently, because Count My Bands is right back in with a bubble as well, flipping the zone once again.
I mean, the bubble above the zone kind of guarantees that you can paint from a safety with your junior. It's so hard to counter, but Usagi Fan Club, the second that bubble was down, we're back on the attack. And right now, the zones are neutral. 10 seconds left. Count My Bands needs to take it. They are able to still stay in this game, but they need to push. They need to win every fight from now on. It's overtime, and it's too late.
Unfortunately, here the strikes and the Booyah Bomb both both thrown on the zones were able to just take the cab, and that's kind of the problem that double zones oftentimes has. It's really easy to stall it if you have the specials for it, if you have the paint for it, especially on this map as the zones are relatively tiny, but they are also relatively close together as mid is incredibly cramped. But this one does go to Usagi Fan Club, and we will need to have to wait for Count My Bands' counter pick here, as you know, it's a counter pick, as you can see on the screen.
Yeah, that's right. We're in the finals now, which means teams get to counter pick their maps of choice. After this first game, I feel like these two teams were very much able to fight each other a lot. Usagi Fan Club a bit more into the splats, Count My Bands using their paint a bit more to try to get these positions. So now, what map will favor them a bit better? That's a big question, I guess.
I mean, these teams probably know really well what they are going to run. I don't expect picking the counter picks to take too long, as they know their advantages, they know what maps, and they know what the other team might be bad at, depending on their comp. But I mean, both of them run a relatively similar comp, as you kind of tend to do at higher levels of play. But maybe they try to do something against that bubble on the junior, because I think that did help a lot. And they go on zones, Barnacle and Dime here, which is a mode that you see a lot. But it's also it's super easy to get locked out on this one. I mean, from having played a lot myself and seeing a lot as a commentator, it's really easy to get locked out on it. It's one portion is all done.
Yeah. And we've seen both of these teams be able to really push the other team away, be able to take ownership of all of the maps. So the team that's able to do that first will have a big option on the victory right there, because of how much, as you said, it takes to get back on here. And speaking of which, Junior is not the best to get a retake. Junior is not the best to push in. So do you think we still see it from Count My Bands?
I mean, you're definitely right. I mean, it can help a lot when you're forced not when you're forcing out the other team, I mean, but yeah, especially on this map, you need a lot of ways to get back in, as you need that stack on your side. So maybe they will switch off. I do kind of Wait, no, that's the other team actually.
Yes.
But they
Ooh.
they stick to the junior, but they go onto a 96 deco with a Kraken to exactly what I said, force that stack into their own hands, and immediately we see both teams running into mid.
That Kraken is going to be the kind of tool that they need to really get in, being able to make sure that they have a way forward, and that's the kind of tool you want to have on Barnacle and Dime right now. 2 versus 2, these two teams are trading left and right, and the Junior is the one taking the zone and getting the jumps right here. The fight is going to go for Count My Bands by a hair.
Oh, okay. The S Blast is just kind of doing S Blast thing. Gets a triple here and is looking to get maybe onto the left. Gets a quad, and maybe is looking to get the bucket here. Does jump out just to, stay alive a bit longer here, as they have the strikes that come out now, and maybe they are looking to. Oh well, they are one down. Both teams are one down. Maybe they are looking to get right in.
Yeah, great awareness by Kiki to super jump back onto the zone and instantly get a snipe with the blaster, not stopping right now. Usagi still not able to paint the zone, and because of the Junior, Count My Bands keeps it, makes more points, 11 points remaining. Usagi needs that zone, they're able to get it, but it was very, very close for them, and they already lost 2 players, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw exactly what we said before. It's really easy to get locked out on this map. Usagi Fan Club was able to get back, but they are being forced out by that Kraken. Once again, 2 people going down, and the Booyah coming out to survive the mini here. Unfortunately, goes down to the other S-Blast.
Yeah, right now Usagi Fan Club still fighting to get Count My Bands away, still fighting to maintain their presence around the zone, as Count My Bands is deploying another bubbler, repainting the zone once again. That's penalty applied. I mean, Usagi Fan Club cannot catch a break right now.
Yeah, they're absolutely the bubble is doing so. The burst bomb kill on the poor S Blast here gets them some control. Another kill with the Booyah, and Usagi Fan Club is finally able to take that opposing stack and maybe do a little 360 and do the same thing. 360, 180. What? 180, the same thing that Count My Bands had done to them a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club, it's their turn to hold, it's their turn to push Count My Bands away, but here comes the Kraken to allow Count My Bands to get back onto the zone. Can they get the paint though? The Junior is there to do the job. It's going to work. Count My Bands keeps the lead with 2 minutes left in the game, right?
Oh god, that was so unfortunate, Pat, with the S-Blast. Maybe the stamp can do something. They got 1 kill, but the bubble is placed really unfortunately on the side, though. That is not a good placement for the bubble, and that might give Usagi Fan Club a little bit more leeway to get back in here. They're trying to avoid the pencil here. The mini gets 1, and maybe they can get back in. Oh, they're 3 down. Count My Bands is 3 down, Pat, and that's a wipeout. And Usagi Fan Club is right in again.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club, they've been behind this whole game, but they're surely coming back, getting more and more points. Here comes another Kraken to stop them. Usagi targeting everybody else, but not able to really keep themselves there. The Junior is back on the zone, forced away by the strikes, but with the bubbler, they're still able to paint and retake. 1 minute left, and Count My Bands just reapplied penalty.
Unfortunately, those strikes came a little bit too early, but the pencil goes down, and but I mean the other pencil is currently being rushed down, gets a trade here on the Junior, and I mean Usagi Fan Club is just trying their best on staying in mid, but the Kraken just always comes out at the worst possible times and forces them back out.
Yeah, great control of the pace of the game by Count My Bands, but they just lost their S-Blast. Usagi Fan Club are going to go back in. Oh, wait! The splat on the hammer. Count My Bands able to win the team fight right here. Are going to keep control of the zone. 10 seconds left, and there's nobody from Usagi to get back. I guess, right? we're going to see a 1-2-1.
Yeah, we are definitely, especially since I mean the entirety of Count My Bands was just in Usagi Fan Club's base at the end here on at the drop over there, and yes, they did manage to hold that lead that they built right at the start of the game for the entirety of the match. Unfortunately for Usagi Fan Club, so yeah, we're currently 1-on-1.
1-on-1, which means it's Usagi Fan Club's turn to select the next map, and we really saw Count My Bands making their comp work. That I mean, I didn't see it coming. I did not believe in the junior. I guess I was very much wrong on that front.
Yeah, I mean, Bubble is kind of weird because it's definitely not a tool that you can use for retake, and you're kind of giving up a potential retake special for the bubble. But once you have that control, which Count My Bands was just like, I mean, they were immediately able to take that control. First thing they did. If you have that control, a bubble is so goddamn useful because like it's just, you know, it's just a not indestructible but difficult to destruct barrier that your team can sit on, especially in zones, because it gives you, especially the junior here, a very like a safe place to just paint the zone as a junior does.
And while your opponent is busy shredding your bubbler, you can paint the zone and get the zone for free while they're doing that. It's very much a I get the zone actually card, and Count My Bands used that perfectly, did the great job right here. Now, Usagi Fan Club are going, I mean, Barnacle, very much a flat map. Usagi Fan Club going to the least flat map, so very much answering with the opposite of what we just saw. We are going to Flounder Heights.
I do think it makes sense. They do have a bucket and an S-Bus on their team, or they had one on the last map, which are two weapons that are really good on this map specifically because they can hit around these ledges, around these corners that that Flounder Heights has. And well, the bubble, while not useless, it's much easier to use it in a place that's, I'm gonna say, like, not as important, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it does place it on the zones, it'll still be valuable. But we'll see what they do.
The bubble, it can give you one zone, but it's unlikely to give you two, which means it's not as powerful here, but it's going to come back, and I like that adaptation by our team, Count My Bands. They ditch the pencil in favor of a heavy-headed splatling. That's a very, very nice move because this map is shorter, because you don't have as many angles for snipes. Having the eddy edit will allow them to move faster.
Yeah, exactly. And the bubble is out immediately here, and the entire team goes down. And unfortunately, but they get the zone? They do get the zone here. Unfortunately, the S Plus does go down as well.
Yeah, right now, as Count My Bands able to get control over the zone, Usagi Fan Club waiting to the side, trying to find their way back in, but they have the players, they have the splats, and they have the triple ink strikes to really open up the map, allow them to get back on top, but they lose two players trying to go onto the zone. It is not over, and Count My Bands is very much defending incredibly well right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the poor the Mini also got spotted, but we see the S-Bus trying to get back control here for their team, and the Bucket also looking to get the right zone here, and the entirety of Count My Bands has been forced into the left zone here, which you don't necessarily want. You don't want your entire team to be on one spot, but they still get the picks on Usagi Fan Club nonetheless.
Yeah, Count My Band simply surviving, and they'll take back the zone, they take back all up top, and penalty wasn't even applied. Great moves by Count My Bands, and Usagi Fan Club suddenly, despite picking the map, they only have one last chance if they want to get it.
Yeah, exactly. And the Booyah comes out immediately and cancels the stamp as well. But the strikes maybe are a last resort option here with the S-Pass going in. Does die, unfortunately. It's only 10 seconds left on the counter. And the last remaining ones on Usagi Fan Club are trying to stop the zone, but it's not happening. The S-Pass can't paint the zone. And the point goes to Count My Bans.
Simple
God.
control of everything. Count My Bans. I mean, they took control of this map. They shut down everything Usagi did. Nothing worked. There was always someone from Count My Bans to get the jumps back in, to punish the way forward, to get the trades that were needed, to get the picks that were needed. And suddenly, after losing game number 1, Count My Bans now have the match point.
Yeah, I do. I mean, you mentioned it at the start of the match shortly, but Count My Bans switched onto the heavy edit instead of a pencil, while Usagi Fan Club stayed on the pencil. Which this is one of the maps, like one of the only maps where pencil is genuinely just not good, because where do you want to go with that thing? Like, sure, when you have the control, you have the like. I don't know what you call them on the map. The really elevated things on each side. But what do you do if you want to get back in?
Exactly. I feel like, I mean, pencil is always good. But even on this map, pencil is good. But it's not the best. I think like there are better, cooler options for this map in particular, because it does not favor Charger. It favors a bit more short range and mid range action, and we saw that heavy edit Splatling being able to get the jumps, being able to do the job of the backline without needing all that range, because the map is set up that way. And now we're going to the final counterpick from Usagi Fan Club, a map that is good for a Charger, which is Brainwater Springs.
I think they've realized their mistake and just went, okay, we're just gonna pick the one map that's like notorious for being good for Charger. So yeah, and again, another map that you don't see very often on zones. You see it in DSP sometimes. No, you see clams on this map in DSP for some reason, which is kind of funny. It's kind of fun, but zones you don't see as often, I feel. Or I haven't seen it as often. And we see a Tri-Slosher.
Yeah.
Wait, is that? No, that's the cool. It's double cooler. That's double cooler.
It's double cooler, double bubbler. From Usagi Fan Club. That's what is happening. What is happening? I was genuinely hoping the Tri-Slosher would do something funny over there, but unfortunately they go down, not without taking one with them, but the Mini saves it, and they get the first zone cap here and strikes this. There are no strikes. What am I envisioning? The entirety of Usagi Fan Club is in the base though, and unfortunately do go down to the S-Blast over there, but the pencil is still doing work and getting the jump in, and Usagi Fan Club is just doing the complete opposite now what Count My Bans did last match. I mean, they have the tools to stay on the map for the whole game. If Count My Bans can push them out once, they don't have retaking tools, but it doesn't matter. Usagi Fan Club gets a wipeout, and they have everything they need to simply keep control of what they've taken.
The S-Bus is super weak and has to gamble, dropping into the left side just to get the zone, but the bubbles come out. It is just a paint battle right now, and the Booyah comes out, and that does secure Count My Bans. The just last second zone flip over here. That's unfortunate.
Saves Count My Bans, but they need to really push Usagi away, and that's what they're kind of doing right now. There's still a Decapitator behind them, but they get rid of that Usagi Fan Club now. They're gonna need to push with bubblers and coolers. That's going to be rough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, for just holding the space, this comp is insane at it, but at getting back in, it's going to be really difficult, and they're going to have to rely on their decaf to do a lot of work for them here. Or maybe even the Tri-Slosher, as we see them on the right side. Maybe they get a pick. They go down. I think they traded, actually.
Yeah.
But we do see Count My Bands back into the base, just taking the clock down, maybe getting a reverse over here, but the decaf set no, is trying to get back in, but it doesn't really work. The bubble comes out. Oh, the zone flip saves Usagi Fan Club over here.
I mean, Usagi Fan Club still in the fight, but they need to take control of the zone. It's 2 vs 2 right now for the zone, for the map, and the fight is still raging on. The bombs are flying though, and that's 2 down on Usagi. Count My Bands, they're the ones deploying the bubbler, they're the ones painting around the zone. With 2 minutes left in the game, they have the time to come back.
Yeah, we saw a bomb kill from the Junior here. It's what it does best, honestly. Junior just spams a lot of bombs most of the time. And Usagi Fan Club once again is struggling to get back in with their very interesting comp, but we do see a decav on the right side jumping out, unfortunately, or having to jump out. But the Usagi Fan Club is back in, and Count it has to go back or jump out, and they are the ones stuck in their spawn once again. Oh my god!
Still in the bubble. That's huge, right? That's Count My Band still maintaining their ability to push forward. But I mean, Usagi, they're responding so fast, it hardly matters. They're constantly in the fight. Count My Band's able to get control of the zone. They know they need to clean up to the side. Smile, looking for someone to splat. As Usagi Fan Club, they have 1 minute to retake the zone.
But 2 down on the side of Count My Bands, and the third one goes down as well. The zone flips back to Usagi Fan Club, and they are in again with their cooler already equipped, and they trying to fight 2 people over here. I mean, that's all they can do. They don't have any specials to get in, so they just have to brute force it, basically. And the decav does it once again. 40 seconds left on the clock. 2 people down on the side of Usagi Fan Club, and maybe Count My Bands gets back in here as they do.
Yeah, Count My Bands on the zone. 30 seconds left in the game, but Usagi Fan Club is repainting once again. Each time they reapply some penalty, they play the clock perfectly right there, and Count My Bands is kind of forced to move away. Sunny trying to hold some ground with that pencil, but is forced to wait as there's 2 players down on Count My Bands. They don't have the time, they need to paint now. Usagi Fan Club are going to take the game
with a very unconventional comp, but it did work out in their favor here. I do gotta say, they gambled that. Like, they full-on gambled on the fact that they can just brute force their way back into the game. And, I mean, they did. They won while... I mean, it was still close. All of the matches in this set have been close. But they won, so it worked. And we are back to Count My Bands having their counter pick for the last match, the one that actually matters now.
Yeah. And, I mean, can it work twice? Can it work on Count My Band's counter pick? I'm not sure, because we saw Usagi Fan Club, thanks to the element of surprise, really take 99 points at the start of the game. But after that, it was Count My Band's almost getting back, and Usagi Fan Club only able to slow them down for 5 minutes and not let them get that comeback. So now Count My Bands, they know what to expect, they know what to do against this new Usagi that's all respawn, all presence. And the big question is, what is Count My Band's answer to that? And can they counter it right away this time?
I mean, the thing is, this comp they picked for the last match, I think it was genuinely just a comp for this specific map. Because, like, I don't think they're gonna pick it twice. Hope they don't. I mean, it would be funny if they did. I gotta admit, it would be funny if they did. But I mean, they probably, and they're just gonna see what Count My Bands is gonna pick here. And then adapt to that, as that's like high level and top level teams are best at adapting to their opponents and adapting to the maps that they're going to play.
Yeah, and that's usually what decides who wins the tournament, especially when you are in game 5 with one single map to decide it all. And you can tell that Count My Bands are taking their time to make their pick, to decide where to go, as they know they very much have a big choice to make of map for this final game of the upper bracket finals.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they can still make a comeback even if they lose this, but it will give them the upper hand later in grand finals if they do end up winning this, or just the team that wins this has the upper hand in grand finals. If they win grand finals, they don't have to do the bracket reset, which is, I guess, very annoying for teams. I mean, it's just 2 sets after each other, but it's really annoying to play.
Yep, it's a lot on the line right there. Who gets the upper bracket advantage? Who gets the secure position in grand finals, of course, because I mean there's more to play if you go to lower. There's still more to fight if you want to get in there. But both of these teams very much eager to get the victory, and we're going to go to Robo Roman for this final game of the set, right?
The meta pick. That's the meta pick. Robo Roman is a really popular map for zones. It's I've seen it picked as like the favorite a lot of times. So it's very popular in the community. It's a really good zones map, and I mean, Bubble is really good on it.
Yeah, it is.
Just saying. It's probably one of Bubble's best maps, as you have that chokehold to one get through, and also that you can just protect when you're in the enemy base with the high ground as well. It's a little high ground with the ramp going down into the enemy spawn, so it's a really good position to hold, and Bubble just makes that a lot easier. So I am expecting to see a Bubble still here, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've reached this point of the tournament. Until now, we were playing the weird maps, the unusual maps, and now we're at the point where, oh, well, it's past 11 p.m. Time to go to Robo Roman. Stop thinking, stop trying the weird plan. Let's go to the known quantity, where we have several plans prepared, where we know how to counter the curveball that our opponents might throw at us. I mean, if you feel like you're the better team, you want to go to the classic map. You want to go to the map that is known. And Count My Bands right now wanting to get the win on one of these well-played maps.
Yeah, it's also just a comfort pick, probably,
Yeah.
and we see the tiebreaker on screen right here for the 5th match of Winners Bracket Finals, and we continue to see the double cooler action on the Usagi fan club's side here, with the S-Bus coming back though, and a Bubble still ready, and on the other side of Count My Bands, we still see a Kraken. We see Kraken again. So that's cool. And we see the 96 immediately trying to take the left side here.
Yeah, that 96 is going to be punished, though. Usagi fan club taking the first control over the zone, and they get more splats. The bubbler is in their way, but it's getting shredded pretty quickly. And oh, what a double by the Tri-Slosher. That is huge, as the Usagi fan club right now are really establishing themselves and getting more and more splats.
Yeah, and we can see them take those high ground positions that you need to take on this map to establish yourself on the enemy plat. And I mean, they're kind of losing it a little bit, but unfortunately, Nikki goes down here, but the Kraken comes out and may be able to the glass is kind of the problem here, and unfortunately, I mean, they did push them down, so it win anyways.
I mean, everybody was on that glass. The Kraken attacked the glass and got attention, which allowed all of Count My Bands to get back onto the zone, paint it, apply penalty. Now Usagi Fan Club are trying to retake the zone already, and we see another neutral fight, I guess.
Yeah, but the bubble immediately shreds that neutral fight and gives control to Count My Bands as the next Kraken comes out, immediately trying to fight someone on the plat over here. The mini, unfortunately, also goes down, which gives Count My Bands just more opportunities to get in there. And, I mean, they're trying with the bubble right on the ramp over there next to the glass. But they didn't get very far, and the next bubble comes out from Usagi Fan Club, which might be their way in again.
Yeah, right now, Count My Bands, no penalty, still fighting for that zone and getting the splats. They need 2 down on Usagi. Count My Bands are going to get the lead back as Usagi Fan Club now have one more push in them to try to keep the game alive.
Yeah, and the Booyah comes out here. This is their way into the match. Now, the Kraken, though, maybe is going to just completely destroy it, but they just ignore the Kraken trying to go for the zone flip. They can't, though, and the clock ticks down. And, well, I mean, the game goes to Count My Bands, y'all. I think we can safely say that would have been won by Count My Bands. Okay, so congrats to Count My Bands for going into Grand Finals here and having to wait a little bit for their next match. And Usagi Fan Club is going to go down into losers bracket, which we're gonna see in a bit, I think, as well. So we're gonna be seeing them again very shortly, probably. I think.
Yeah.
No, never mind. They're going to third place. We're seeing one set and then we're gonna see them again. That's how it goes.
Yeah, we're gonna take a short break so we can join the lobby. Our lower bracket semis is already waiting for us, so we'll be right back.
Exactly.
Unspoken, I'm afraid I'm drowning underneath. I got lost inside my feelings. Now I can't seem to find my way to breathe. Need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time. Leave it all behind. Love can get so ringing in my ears. No, is it near the end? Fade out till I disappear. No, 'cause look the other way. You meet you face to face. Words they float away when I'm losing the race. 'Cause I can't play this game. 'Cause I'm still afraid the things you say. Hiding numbers to my days. What if you doubt yourself? Things will never be the same. Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too? I'm used to staying. Would you? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too? I'm used to staying. Would you? Would you be waiting? Dopamine when you send pictures. When you send pictures. Dopamine when you send pictures. When you send pictures. Would you be waiting?
Hello everyone! We are back with the next set here. We have moved down into Losers Bracket. With Losers Bracket, Sammy is next here, ready. The teams are ready. I am ready. I hope you're ready, Pat. We have Ants versus Stupid.
Yeah, it's going to be Ants and that are going to fight two teams that have fought pretty well. I mean, right now, let me look at the bracket. I believe we are still with the top seeds of this tournament. No, Ants was able to get a few upsets to get here. They're the underseeded. Seed number 3 are willing to fight to get back to low bracket finals. But they have to fight a best of 3. Best of 3 always very much a gauntlet, especially so deep into the tournament. And I guess we're going to start with Inkblot.
Exactly, as you said, best of 3 is always nerve-wracking because you just have no leeway. You lose once, and then you're immediately in the mentality of, oh, we can't lose again. So yeah, I mean, Inkblot Zones. I think that used to be a relatively popular map mode. It's, I think, still is sometimes in certain tournaments. I've seen it a bit sometimes. I think it's fun, but it's also again, a map mode that is really easy to look out on once again.
Yeah.
And we see it, Luna!
Yeah, we do see a Luna indeed. Right there. It's a map that is particular because despite being a one single zones because of a huge pillar in mid, it kind of behaves like a double zones map where you have to go around and paint to get the two. And right now, that's a big opening right there. And yeah, it's I believe it's that's taking control of the zone early.
No, it's Ants actually. We see the 52 immediately in on the plat, but has to jump out and is immediately back as they get the stampede down here. And the 52 is just moving around this block, trying to distract the enemy team and just dropping back down and just, trying to stay alive amidst chaos over there.
Yep. Ants holding as much as they can right now. The hammer is coming down, though, unable to get a few splats. Huge moves by the Luna Blaster. Is back on the zone, able to get the good splats. And, Ants had a good lead, but are now in control of the zone.
Yeah, we see the 52 here trying to put in work, trying to fight the bubble on the right side. Unfortunately, their wall gets swallowed by the bubble shield, and the entirety of is back on the enemy plat with two people down on the side of Ants, and I can take over more control here, trying to paint for the next bubble to prevent Ants from getting back in.
Yep. Very much able to get the lead right there. Ants still struggling to get forward, but with two players down and triple ink strikes, they have their way in. They're now on top mid and able to clean up left and right. We still have a game, Ray.
We definitely do. Did you see that crab cancel from the I think it was the what I think it was the Luna with the stamp. That was fucking insane. And Ants we see here trying to get the picks on over there, trying to distract them, and the bucket getting into the bubble here, getting the flick here on the mini as well. Unfortunately, it does go down to the sniper right over there, and maybe is trying to get back in. Unfortunately, loses lead here, and they can maybe paint the zone.
They're still in the fight. They're still around the zone. The zone is painted blue, though. Ants trying to get away with it. Just one more points, and they get game number one. Was right there. That bubbler just arrived a little bit too late to allow them to cap the zone.
Oh yeah, I mean it was definitely a lot of lockouts, but both teams were able to get back in. But yeah, as you just said, Ants was able to get the final control here, and was not unfortunately able to paint the zone. And we are going straight into what's Crab Leg? That's the map name. I tend to forget map names a lot since I stopped playing the game, unfortunately. That's kind of a problem, I'm realizing.
I have no memory for anything. Whether it the map, the teams, what comp they were using in the previous game, I don't remember anything.
I mean, on one hand, that is also just gives us good surprises for every match. Like we can't predict every comp that they're gonna run. I mean, you oftentimes can't predict because sometimes they're just gonna pick out the weirdest comp out of nowhere for some reason whatsoever. Sometimes it works. We saw it in the last set, for example. Just saying.
But I mean, we had a pretty evenly fought game one that was on Ants' pick, and now we're going to Az pick of a map, so they will have a bit of this time they will be on their home turf. We'll see if they're able to use it well. Of course, on here this is these kind of maps where if you are in control of mid, and you have your pencil on top of the grates, you can stay there. You can simply hold your ground for a long time. You need resources to get a push.
Oh, absolutely. This map is just notoriously difficult on. As we can see, there's just a lot of one-way drops on this map. There's only the grates back into your spawn, or you jump out. So it's really risky to drop in. Oh, we see pencils on both sides. I am not shocked about that, but we also see a rapid blaster here on the side of Ants, which gives them a rapid can be played both as anchor, but or as a mid line. I am assuming they are going to play more as a mid line on here, which they are on the left side. We can see them trying to fight the right side. The splash here that got their teammate down, and the Stampers just trying to survive, which they don't. Unfortunately.
They don't right now. The Ants are keeping control of the zone, but they're not able to completely push away yet. Are still very much in that fight around the zone, and because both teams have a blaster, the painting is going to be a bit more slower than what we saw in game number 1, which means the fights will decide what happens, and right now it's being able to win that fight and establish themselves above the zone.
Exactly, and we see the members of R immediately take that right top side, as that's your best bet into getting into the enemy team, and they get the 96 down on the left side. The pencil is in a predicament in the left bottom half, but they survive as the Splash-O-Matic saves them from the Stamper.
And able to survive that right there, to move around. That is big, but they still have to fight for that zone. The crab tank is completely stopping them as they're trying to push in, but they're still able to cap the zone, apply some penalty, breathe a little bit. But the fight is not over right now, and it's 3 down on Ants. Are very much able to stay there. Oh wait, no, the 96 still has something to say, Ray.
96. I don't even know where they exactly came from, but they stayed in mid and they made sure that zone kept painted, and they are about to go into a zone flip unless the pencil has anything to say against it, which they do, and is able to flip it just in time to prevent the lead from going to Ants.
Yep. 1 point is what separates these two teams right now, but still have a lot more control, a lot more things to do as Ants are preparing their push. Here comes the Kraken and the Whale to create some space, stop the Bubbler right now. Very nice moves to try to get the splat. Yes, they manage to punish the pencil, but they don't manage to get the zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, another member of Ants went down as the 96 was trying to use the Kraken, which gave them a huge disadvantage in the front. And there's only a couple of seconds left until wins the match, but there's still hope. There's no hope left, unfortunately. And Ants takes this. No, takes the second game. It's a 1-on-1. It's a tie.
We are going to a game number 3. These teams very evenly matched, having to fight now on Mahi Resort to decide who is going to go to the lower bracket finals. And I mean, we've seen both of these teams on their strong map being able to get a bit more control, being able to hold the zone a bit better, have a bit more space. Now we're going to Mahi, where everybody has a good weapon, where all the strategies kind of can be used to their full extent. So we'll see who is able to do that better.
Mahi zones, my beloved. I like Mahi zones. I think it's fun. But it does favor AoE weapons. I think the Stamper is going to have a lot of fun on this map, as it can easily just sit under the ledges and camp these ledges. Like, that's their favorite thing to do most of the time. As a blaster player, we also do that a lot. So this map is really fun. And we're gonna see what these two teams are gonna do with their respective weapons on this specific map mode.
I mean, I feel like Inkblot and Crab Leg are the kind of maps where you want to have a specific comp. where you want to have the weapons that you bring for this map to adapt to how the map plays. Mahi Mahi Resort is the map where we see players bring the weapon they want to play the most. Usually the weapon that they feel the most comfortable with. So I'm really glad we get to see it. We get to see these teams, both teams, playing their best comp, and let's see what these comps are. Game number 3, winner goes to the finals, loser goes home. And we see it's going to be a regular blaster on the side of R. Meanwhile, Ants dropping the blaster in favor of a bucket.
Yes, I mean, the bucket is also really good on this map, and we see immediately take control over the zone. Maybe even try... I mean, they get 2 down on the side of Ants, and the members of Ants will have to... reach their spawn first before getting back in, and the bucket is immediately back trying to force out the Stamper here with the Booyah.
Yeah, and right now, activating the crab tank in that powerful position as the water is dropping. And supposed to... Oh
my god!
Oh, very nice splat with the bomb in the head right now. Ants are going to take the zone. What an absolute, lightning push by the Ants.
You don't see that a lot. I mean, you see crab cancels, but you don't see crab cancels by a bomb that was perfectly thrown behind the crab user, exploding on the crab tank. And so that's fun. But the splash has another crab immediately ready as it's a splash. So they will be able to take the left side here if they play their cards right, which they don't because 2 people unfortunately go down, and the splash is left to retreat back. But or just, dance a little bit around it.
Yeah. The Ants right now holding the zone, extending their lead that they just got as is trying to paint the zone. The Booyah Bomb was not enough, and they are still fighting for it, but with 2 down on Ants. Ants are deploying the strike simply to keep their presence here. They have to move back. Takes back control, and they're already on the snipe, getting the splat. That's a huge splat right there. That's giving them the control.
Oh, definitely, and the bucket goes down here as well to the Stamper who played their cards just right and is here to help their teammates get the next splat. It is just in the base immediately, unfortunately goes down before the Booyah can be used here. So, but they might be able to get the lead here if they can paint over the strikes, which they don't. So, Ants is able to get the zone back just for a moment here.
Even if they didn't get much from that push, Ants were able to push so fast and get the zone before was able to react. Now are back in control of the zone, and with more than 2 minutes in the game, they have the time to come back. They don't worry that much about penalty, especially since they get the splats right now and they push in with the blaster. The blaster is going to be punished, but I don't think they mind that much because there's 2 down on Ants, and the Booyah Bomb is forcing them away.
Yeah, the crab coming out here is so bad for Ants, as well as the lead gets flipped over to here, and the next crab tank comes out and might give Ants just enough control to get the zone, but
no,
not really.
Not yet.
No, they just keep falling.
They keep falling, and is keeping the zone right now. 4 points is all they need. Ants painting as much as they can. Everybody's jumping back in, and Ants is staying alive. 1 minute and a half in this game. It's 2 down. Oh, wait, it's 3 down onto Ants are going to take control of mid. Now all they need to do is stay there, hold.
Exactly. We see a pencil fight here on the left side trying to, just outdiff the other pencil. But here the pencil on Ant's side is clever enough to retreat a little bit to give their teammates back, jumps back into mid. Unfortunately, the zone does flip again, and the pencil is just not in a good situation right now on the right side here.
Ooh.
And as they're the only one alive.
That
they have
is
to jump out.
Pretty rough. They have to jump out. Still in the lead in this last minute of the game. Very much eager to get into the fight. There is just a few more points left, and Hans has nothing to get onto the zone. Is going to get the victory, is going to get to lower bracket finals.
Yes, exactly. And my mishap from before, we are going to see Usagi Fan Club once again here now in the next match. But I do think we're going to take a small itty bitty break now.
Yep.
And wait for the teams to arrive into the room.
Yep. See you in a second.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We are back with losers bracket finals. This time we have Usagi Fan Club back again after their loss in winners bracket against the winners of last set, which was so we're gonna see them here on Zone's Barnacle. Usagi Fan Club has played this before in their last set, while we haven't seen them on it yet, so we're gonna see them very soon. I think the match is gonna start any second now as they load in here, and I hope this is gonna be a good set. This is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're in the top 3 of this tournament right now. Both of these teams are so strong, so able to do so much. And yeah, we're going to go through the neutral map that has been picked by both of these teams for their list right now, as we see the opening fight right now. Usagi Fan Club trying to get control, able to get the zone early, but still fighting to try to get away. Still fighting for the zone, though.
Yeah, and the bubble saves the mini here. Unfortunately, the bubble expires just as the splash comes around, which gives the upper hand here in this fight, and maybe they can take the stack here now, which would be a good position for them to have. The strikes are ready from the Neo Splash on the side of and they are looking to probably fire once Usagi Fan Club wants to get it back in, which is now.
Yeah, and right now the bubblers are being deployed. It's Usagi Fan Club getting their bubbler on the zone to retake it 2 down onto forced to fight to the side, but not really able to delay the push from Usagi. But Usagi just lost 2 players as they were going in, so I guess will still be in that fight, and with the strikes, they're gonna retake the zone right away!
It's still a bucket on the left side does get taken down by the pencil, unfortunately, while the decaf here is trying to fight on the stack. Unfortunately, goes down as well, which gives the blaster here a very good position for their bubble. Unfortunately, it gets shredded really easily, but still, it did take a little bit of distraction. Ooh, ouch.
A few splats are being traded right there. Usagi Fan Club are back onto the zone with another bubbler and punishing the blaster, going in. Huge moves right there. And what moves by the Slosher, getting the splats but not getting the zone yet. Usagi Fan Club still needing now the bubbler just to take the... They still haven't gotten it.
They're 2 down though as well, which gives but the decap is definitely doing work for the double here, and they finally get the zone. They forgot to paint the zone, but they finally got it. It could have gone so much worse for them over there.
Yeah. That was close, but Usagi Fan Club are back in control of the zone. Are already pushing back in though. Are already going in. They're not wasting a second, and they are painting. They are putting the bubbler on and making sure that they keep that lead, Ray.
Oh, definitely. They were back in immediately with those bubbles, and the bucket here is trying to find those picks on the 2 front lines from unfortunately only gets one of them. The strikes might help them with the bubble setup as well. The zone does get flipped here, and Usagi Fan Club is trying though to get into the base here, get the stack here under control, and are looking to hold that as well.
Right now, Usagi Fan Club holding the control, getting rid of their penalty, losing their Slosher right here could cost them, as is preparing their push once again. The bubbler will not be deployed on the zone, only next to it, and Usagi Fan Club right now with an iron defense are able to slow down long enough that they get the lead by 1 point.
And it's just a paint war right now, and now a fight war as well. The blaster getting 2 on the left side here, and might get the zone here as well, which gives R the opportunity to get back onto this stack here with the bubble ready. But the decaf has something to say about it. The decaf unfortunately goes down as well, which is, I mean, that's a good trade for over here, and the bubble is ready, set, go any second now, looking to get 1 pick on the side of Usagi Fan Club.
Right now, are just about, they take the lead as the strikes are coming in 2 down onto Usagi Fan Club with 30 seconds left in the game. Will have to come back. I mean, right now, they can't lose the zone. They have to keep control of the zone if they want to come back in this game.
I mean, they have the bubble ready. They have a double bubble, which is good for them because the enemy has a strike spam on their team, so they can just kind of, you know, lure the strikes onto 1 bubble, and it's only a couple of points left. But it's a paint war. It's a paint war, and it's just to win. They barely win this match in, I think it was like slight bit of overtime.
Yes, it was overtime, and they were tied. That's how close it is between these 2 teams.
Ooh, the teams are probably like, either breathing a sigh of relief or just going, you know. It was a really close match. That's what I like to see on this map. I think this map is so fun when it's really close because it's the two sides. It's just I don't know. It's very dynamic to play on. But does get a counter pick here onto Usagi Fan Club for the next match, and we're gonna. I mean, as I said before, I think Usagi Fan Club genuinely just use their double bubble comp to lure the strikes from the Neo Splash onto one bubble and then immediately deploy the next one so they wouldn't you lose control over it. I think that's what they did a lot. I saw that a lot.
Yeah, I mean Usagi very much played off of their bubblers, and we saw them kind of struggling to push against R. R was constantly pushing. R was constantly going back in. Usagi Fan Club, they were taking their time to get the pushes because they wanted to set up this double bubbler. They wanted to stay near the zone as much as they could. At the end of the game, it worked for them, but that was incredibly close. Now we are going to R's counterpick, which is going to be Crab Leg Capital.
Yeah, Crab Leg again. I think did they win on that last set? Was that a thing?
So, yeah.
I think they did. I think they did.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're very confident on that map mode specifically.
Yeah.
Which, might go really good for them or might go really wrong for them. We're gonna see. But I think wait, no, I think I got my comps. Never mind. It's fine. We'll see what these teams pick next.
Yeah. There's a lot that can be done between these two teams. There's depth in these top players. I love that they have always several weapons on their belt that they're ready to use, that they're ready to have. And on a map like Crab Leg Capital, you have to be ready to adapt your playstyle because it plays differently because of this wide open space of the grates above the zones and above the whole map. Really, you have to play around these grates, and this is why we often see blasters coming on here.
Definitely, and you have to be ultra careful. I think I mentioned that last set as well because of the one-way drops this map offers. It has basically no direct ways back into your spawn. It has the grate, but they're super predictable and super dangerous to go back on. So it is very risky to drop into mid, so you definitely need to know what you're doing or you will have to jump out fully.
Yeah, right there. The pressure is on R. They were so close to getting that game number one. But now they're going on their counter pick. They need to make it work. They can't let Usagi Fan Club get momentum. This is the kind of team that you can't let get too comfortable. Remember, Usagi Fan Club are RC number one, and they're bringing a brush.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's an unconventional pick, but this map is super good for brushes, especially because of the grades. And I mean, Zipcaster is also super good because it gives you an easy way onto the enemy plan. I mean, it's not forever, but it is still a very good entry tool on this specific map. And we see two people on the side of Usagi Fan Club try to get the right side. The brush, the bucket unfortunately goes down, and the brush has to jump out, which gives the first upper hand here, while they're trying to harass the pencil on the right side over here.
Taking a bit of control, but Usagi Fan Club getting back onto the zone. The splashdown, though, is going to slow them down right there.
Oh god, that poor blaster just their splashdown did not work, unfortunately. The brush is doing right side stuff on the right side though. Get two down, and they are currently camping under the ledge, just trying to distract the rest of here while Usagi Fan Club takes more space, and the pencil from Usagi Fan Club wins the fight against the other pencil.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club strongly in the lead with the Zipcaster creating mayhem right now. Trying to slow things down. They have a crab tank deployed. I'm sorry, my internet is dying. I think I can't see the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. We had that problem before. Like that Pat can't really.
Yeah.
Like I'm apparently very laggy on his end for some reason.
Everything is laggy on my end. That's just me. Alright, but I see the game again. And the splashdown is coming. Hold the zone. Hard trying to stay alive.
And we need to get the zone. I don't think they can get the zone though unless the Stamper gets something done here. Or they do, maybe no, they don't. And unfortunately, this game also goes to Usagi fan club here. Stupid. We love internet problems.
Yeah, the stream is dead for me. I can't see anything.
Well, Usagi fan club won. We're gonna hope Pat's internet is going to spare us and bring him back fully, hopefully, for the next match. And we are not match point. What's the word? Usagi fan club is one match away from winning. There we go. Which I'm just gonna rephrase it. So I will need to thoroughly think about their next counter pick and thoroughly just lock in to have a chance at getting top 2 in this Triton-Cup, at least.
Yeah, it's do or die for R. We saw them so strong in game number 1, almost getting the victory. In game number 2, it really felt like Usagi Fan Club had them figured out. Despite being their counter pick, Usagi Fan Club was the team that was dominating. And now we're going to the classic. We're going to the, okay, it could be the last game. We are going to the known quantity of Hagglefish Market.
We are done with the goofy picks. We are locking in now. And yeah, as you said, we are going on. Oh god, what? My brain. Hagglefish Market, as you said. A very cramped map mode once again, with the flanks though as an option. So I want to see the brush Loki again. I think the brush was fun. I want to see the brush again. I want them to do
Brush
that.
Is fun.
I don't think they're gonna, because it didn't work out. But it would be funny if they did, because I think brush is still relatively good on this map because of the ledges and because of Zipcaster being good on this map specifically. So it would be a fun pick. They might just go the other Stamper though. They had a Stamper.
Yeah, they have options. Again, these teams have options. They like to switch things up. I feel like the brush, it's a cool weapon, but it's a weapon that's very niche, very specialized for a few maps. This is the classic map, where we're likely to see more classic weapons. But let's get right in the game, Ray.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do. And yeah, they stick to the brush, but they go on to the Kraken
With the brush now.
I think it has Kraken. With the Stamper going on Zipcaster this time, and a mini with Hammer and Burst Bomb on the side of A. So they're switching up, not completely, but a little bit of their special combination. But Usagi Fan Club has the first the zone cap over here with the stamp and the stamp and the Kraken coming out to immediately take that zone back.
Are very much able to save the fight thanks to these specials. Now they need to hold the zone. You know what? I'm so sorry. I'm gonna try to restart Discord because this is not working.
No, do that. I'll just yap. We see Usagi Fan Club. They did take the lead for a bit here. And we see though, jumping back in, trying to take that lead for themselves, trying to lock out Usagi Fan Club. With their specials, with their bombs, they have the lead now. The Kraken and the Hammer are ready. Kraken already out to maybe just distract the rest of Usagi Fan Club for a bit. The Stamp, the Stamp getting one actually, and the Mini trying to get the pick on the right side here. Unfortunately does go down, and the Zimmy gets the bubble on the zone, which ends up flipping the zone here. Hello, Pat. Welcome back. Is it better?
Hey, Ray. No, it's not better. I can't see anything.
Okay, well, Usagi Fan
You have
Club's
to tell me.
timer is ticking. Yeah, the timer is ticking for Usagi Fan Club. They might be able to take the lead here if R doesn't do anything right. But I don't think they can, actually. The lead flips to Usagi Fan Club here, and the strikes come out as well from Usagi Fan Club, which just... Oh, and 2 people go down on the side of R. Okay, now my stream is also lagging. My stream is currently at like 2 frames per second. So
Okay,
it's like, I think
my stream is at like 2 seconds per frame. But oh well, it's coming back. I see the stream, and Usagi Fan Club is just a few seconds away from victory, but is able to get back, get the wipeout to save themselves. This game is still on as are able to take control. Yes, we are alive, Ray.
yeah, and the match is also not over yet. Is trying to just hold a little bit of that. Of the zone while the strikes come out here, but the bubble comes out as well, which gives Usagi the upper hand here. 2 people of R go down, unfortunately, but the stamp comes out as well. Maybe doesn't got a pick, unfortunately. Oh, that's a flank. The flank gets 2.
Oh yeah, Usagi Fan Club retaking control, getting the splats onto R. I believe that's a delayed wipe onto R, who are forced to come back from their spawn as they're trying to get back control. 2 minutes left in the game, Ray. And right now R needs a big push in.
Yeah, they can't get past that blaster, but the blaster goes down now, and this should be their entry point in the zip casters out. The stamp is ready, the bubble is shredded, so this might be their zone flip, which it is, and the stamp is probably gonna get ready to maybe take out the... Unfortunately didn't. Oh, the pencil. Pencil actually got one, and I think... What just happened? 2 people are down on the side of R again, and they will need to just hold a little bit longer over there, and I think they're being forced out again.
Are doing whatever they can to hold the zone, but they're forced away by Usagi, who are now holding control. 1 minute left in this game right now, and Usagi want it to be the last. As R is going in, the hammer is only going to get 1 though. It's not over as R done with their penalty, but not done with Usagi. Usagi are going to reapply the penalty right away.
Yeah, the bubble definitely helped with that in mid again. And R is down 2 again. It's always the mini and the sniper right and left. Unfortunately, they can't do a lot here. The mini trying to paint for potentially another hammer to throw at the pencil. Oh, but the... Or that, or do that, you know. That also works, and that might give them back in, and they get the zone just as the strikes come out, but they're 2 down again.
10 seconds left, and Usagi just recaptured the zone. R needs to run in. They are out of special. It's only versus Kraken, and the Kraken can't paint. Everybody needs to paint the zone. Can they get it? No! Usagi Fan Club gets the 3-0, but that was another close game, Ray.
Yeah, unfortunately, R could not hold the zone for long enough. They kept going 2 down, which gave Usagi Fan Club enough chances to just run them back into their spawn. And that also means that Usagi Fan Club is out of losers bracket and is going to grand finals and will be fighting their last opponents, namely Count My Bans once again, trying to get this to a maybe even a win today.
Yep. We'll see that right after the break. We'll be back with grand finals.
Yes.
You're muted, but I am assuming that we're called.
Hi, we are back for the last time in this Triton-Cup as we are moving into Grand Finals. And now we have Count My Bands versus Usagi Fan Club once again. And Pat is still with me as expected. So we're gonna see what these two teams have now. We had a very close set the last time we watched these two fight. So I hope we see that again, and maybe Usagi Fan Club will be able to adapt to what Count My Bands had done to them the last time.
That's right, Ray. We have more to watch of these two teams. They were so close in a winners finals. Now they're ready to fight, but Count My Bands have a bit of an edge. They only need to win one set. Of course, we'll be starting with Undertow Spillway, which we've seen already. I mean, the first map has to be a map that both teams have put on their list, which is going to restrict what maps we have access to, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the map we started on.
Yeah.
The last time they played, because I guess maybe it is the only map that both of them share in common, right? But it is kind of funny that we're starting with it again. Because, I mean, last time, Usagi Fan Club won that match. Maybe they can take it back home once again to give them an upper hand in Grand Finals here. And we see the Junior back out again with the 96 and the S-Blast versus the double bubble comp that Usagi Fan Club has been running the past set.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club and Count My Bands. I mean, we've seen them, we've seen how they play. Now the big question is who is going to do it better, as Count My Bands already grabbed a few points, but you want to grab the fight right now. 2 down on Usagi, as Count My Bands are going to push forward. They're trying to really take that control, and I mean, they're getting there.
Yeah, the bucket, trying to stay on alive on the right side, unfortunately does go down to the pencil, while the pencil is trying to take control here of the spine, which they successfully do, making Usagi Fan Club have to watch their every step. And the Kraken comes out again, putting more pressure on the enemy team here, while as the pencil has... Wait, they have a DC.
Oh no, and we were past the 50 point mark.
And they'd stop, but I don't think it counts, actually. We were past 50. Or did they just see earlier and we just did not see it? But I don't think it counts. If they were past 50, it does not count, which would give Count My Bands the point. I think.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We're going to see how it's adjudicated. We're not the judges. We can only tell you what we see
Exactly.
right there. So we're going to see how it turns out. But apparently, it's going to be game 1 going... Oh, wait, no, it's not confirmed yet.
Yeah, they just... No, they... Yeah. Game 1 just... No, it's not. Never mind. Again, they keep like picking it and then resetting it. Feel like there's a problem in the chat, but I can't see it because I'm just a commentator. So we don't know. We'll wait for the TOs to do their thing. But apparently, every time I want to say it's like settled, they keep retracting it. The Sendu chat is very funny to look at right now. It's just going back and forth from counter pick to back to zones on
Yep,
undertow.
yeah, there's a... Okay, I believe that's... There's some dissension of people canceling the game and getting back in there. Like, please agree.
Can we perchance get a TO in there? Is that can we do that?
We're waiting for the TOs to come in here.
Yeah. And hopefully settle this quickly and swiftly. And I hope Usagi Fan Club is not too upset about that, because I mean it's unfortunate, but that's just the rules, and that's just what Splatoon is like. Sometimes you have these unfortunate DCs. I mean, it sucks. It's grand finals, but it's not over yet. That's just the first point. They can still run it back if they lock in, right? They've won games against Count My Bands. They can do it again. I'm just looking back like and forth between my two screens and just seeing the grand finals screen just going back and forth between. They're still at it. So we're probably gonna have to wait a little bit longer. Goofy. All right.
There's some dispute. Some players want to replay, some players don't. So we're going to see how it goes, what happens. But yeah, right now there's a fight for the Sendu powers.
This is the grand finals match. Who gets to pick the map on Sendu.inc? Apparently, that's what we're fighting about right now. You can honestly, you can watch that live in the bracket as well. Like you can see it going from 1-0 to 0-0 the entire time, just because they can't decide whether they want to replay it or not. I mean, I think they could theoretically gentleman it if Count My Bands was fine with that. But it looks like they're not. It looks like they just do want to take the free point, which I don't blame them. That's the rules. They can do that.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have our TOs. Our TOs have awoken and arrived to settle the situation.
All right, and we are now waiting. We're gonna be waiting for a counter pick on the side of Usagi Fan Club. Unfortunately, Undertow got cut short this time, but maybe we're gonna see a more fun map. I hope, or they just go like full meta. That also might be.
I mean, anything's possible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, especially with
possible. Mm-hmm.
No, especially with the like first point being like, I guess unfairly taken from them. I mean, it's fair because it's in the rules, but it probably feels unfair to them because it is just an unfortunate moment. Nobody can do anything against DCs. It just kind of sucks. But we are going on Splat Zones on Brine Water Springs this time for the second match of Grand Finals.
Yeah, Brine Water Springs. Open map. We've seen Usagi Fan Club bring us the surprise move in the previous set, but the emphasis on the surprise. This time Count My Bands are waiting for them, are ready for them, so I guess the surprise is not going to work as well, and it's Count My Bands going there, ready to fight them on.
Yeah, I mean, this map, both teams have pencils. Both pencils will be good on this map. I think we all know that. I'm still gonna repeat it, but I think we all know that. Frankly, but I mean, this map can be really interesting with the drops, but it is very predictable. So we're gonna have to see how these two teams play around that predictability, and maybe they can either, deal well with that and be able to lock out the team. The enemy team early, or will be locked out. That also, or we're gonna see the double cooler comp again. That was them, right? Yeah, that was them. Maybe we see that again.
Well, Usagi had that. Right now, Count My Bands bringing back their usual comp. Usagi will not bring the double cooler, double bubbler. They have a double bubbler though that has been working for them. And we'll see.
Well, the match got ended. I'm not entirely sure why.
I'm not sure as well.
Well, what's happening? There wasn't a screen, right? No, there was no screen.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been my only idea of why. So we're just gonna have to wait, unfortunately. We are just waiting for the TOs and for the streamers to look at the chat to see what is going on. Apparently there's still disputes even after the TOs.
No, it's not a dispute. It's something new. Somebody's PC crashed.
Oh my god!
Apparently.
Oh my god. Well, that is something new, actually.
Yeah. All right, they're back, so we should be able to start the game eventually. We're getting there.
Curtis Triton, scuffed finals. You are right. Happens sometimes. We love competitive Splatoon 3.
Yes, we do. That's why we're here.
That's true. And hopefully we're gonna see a good match on Zone's Brine Water this time, and we're moving right in now to finally watch this match happen in time. Finally,
it's happening.
And hopefully
it is happening.
Hopefully stay, and nobody crashes again.
Yeah.
And we see one of Usagi Fan Club immediately on the right side trying to take that space, and they do. The decaf unfortunately does go down, but the bubble is up, which gives Usagi Fan Club a good just a good push into the plat here, and maybe they are able to take it a little bit further, but they trade the S-Blast over there as well.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club able to get the early control. They always have this explosive opening, and Count My Bands now needing to wait a little bit, needing to prepare a push together. The Booyah Bomb is there ready. That's going to open things up for them, especially since they have the cooler, but the defense by Usagi Fan Club, the bubbler, everything is allowing to keep control. The Kraken is going in, but the Kraken is kind of isolated right there. And 30 points remaining. Usagi Fan Club are incredibly strong on the zone right now. Can Count My Bands really cap bubblers? Both teams have a bubblers on the zone. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, yeah, it's not enough for Count My Bands yet. We do see the S-Blast here trying to shark, getting a pick, maybe getting even a second pick on the decaf. Unfortunately going down though, but Count My Bands do get the zone flip here, at least putting a penalty onto Usagi Fan Club's score. But they are forced out immediately as Usagi Fan Club is back in mid, but the Kraken might actually save it a bit here as they get a pick on the zone.
Yeah, right now Usagi Fan Club still very much in control as Count My Bands are trying to push back in and able to get the zone right there. That's going to give them a bit of breathing room, but already they can't breathe for long. The strikes are coming in, the bubblers coming in. Usagi Fan Club does not want to let go of mid.
Yeah, the pencil going down here is detrimental, as well as the last guy standing on the right side survives though, gets a double, and might be able to flip the zone as they do now. The Kraken coming for the pencil as well, and they will have to retreat back into their base where the Kraken can't reach them. Oh god.
Yeah, and right now Usagi Fan Club maintaining that control with 2 down. Kiki trying to get the splats, but not able to. Count My Bands are forced away once again. The Kula is deployed, but it's too late. Usagi Fan Club are winning the fight. And now stone camping.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're so far in their base over there. Unfortunately, they do have to drop here. The Booyah comes out, maybe looking to get the zone, or not maybe flip it, but... Or they are trying to flip it, actually, with the Booyah. Unfortunately, don't get it. 2 people down. It's only 10 seconds left on the clock from Usagi Fan Club. And the 96 will have to work overtime on the zone here. Unfortunately, the Kraken can't paint. So the zone does just stay with Usagi Fan Club. And they get their first point here, revenging last match.
Yeah, that's game number 2 going to Usagi Fan Club. We are now 1-1 in this grand finals. It's going to be on to Count My Bands to get their counterpick now.
Yes, and I hope it won't take as long now as the it's been resolved, so I think we'll see a counterpick relatively soon, as Count My Bands is not in grave danger yet. Yes, they would have preferred to win. That looked a bit funky, but it's fine. The Count My Bands is not in grave danger yet, so they can still, be a little bit experimental, and we see them picking Barnacle and Dime for the third map on this set.
We're staying within the same maps that we've seen in winners finals. I mean, these teams want to fight each other again on there, so we're going to see more of it. I mean, this is one of these classic maps. This is one of these maps that we've seen so much, and we'll see more of it, of course, on here. As we say every time we see this map, once you're pushed away, it is so hard to get back in. So you want to keep players on the ground.
Exactly, especially with the high ground that the stack provides. You definitely need that stack, and you need something to take that stack, which both the Strikes and the Kraken, as well as the Booyah, are really good at. But we continue to see the double bubble comp from Usagi Fan Club over there, as they try to just hold as much space as they can. We see Count My Bands taking the first zone cap, but it immediately flips to Usagi Fan Club, and the first bubble is immediately ready. The second bubble from the side of Usagi Fan Club is also ready.
Yeah, right now the fight is raging on. That Kraken is able to create a lot of space, and it's going to be Count My Bands taking control of the zone, as Usagi Fan Club are still able to get back in. They keep their players near the zone to maintain the fight. They keep the fight on. That's what they need.
Yeah, the Mini is just trying to paint over the 96 on the left side. The bubble is on the zone. The next bubble from the side of Count My Bands is also on the zone. Unfortunately, gets shredded much easier, and the zone flips to Usagi Fan Club, as we see the blaster going from the left side, getting a pick over there, and Usagi Fan Club going down 2, which gives Count My Band the next opportunity to push further in.
Yeah, Count My Band still very much in control right there. They have a very nice Booyah Bomb. Kiki is not stopping. Kiki has been on fire and is stopping everybody. Count My Bands, no penalty, are scoring more and more.
Yeah, the Strikes come out now as well, but unfortunately 2 are down. The 2 main slayers of Usagi Fan Club are down, which basically just wastes the Strikes, and Count My Bands can continue to increase their lead here, maybe even looking to get a knockout here to get that ego pushed a bit and get that help. But unfortunately the Strikes come out, and well, the zone flips here, and the 96 is the only one left standing from Count My Bands, which had to retreat over here. for the bubble.
Yeah, right now Usagi Fan Club able to apply penalty, able to take the zone. Count My Band's needing a push in, and the Kraken will open the way right now with a Booyah Bomb to help as well. Can that Kraken get the splat? They're able to punish the jumps, but they get punished as well. Usagi Fan Club still around the zone, but not able to deny the painting. Kiki still going in and getting ball splats will be punished by the Snipe Rider, and that's Usagi Fan Club still in position to fight for the zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, both the wall from the 96 and the bubble here just completely deny Usagi Fan Club's pencil to take the space that they wanted to take, which makes their job a lot more difficult. But the bubble is up for Usagi Fan Club, immediately gets shredded by the Booyah though. Count My Bands probably very close to their specials as well, I say, as the junior unfortunately goes down, but the pencil is the only one left alive, and they will have to retreat over here to not go down.
Yeah, right now, Count My Bands in control of the zone. They have a lot of space, and that splat on the bucket will allow them to stay even more. The Decapitator able to apply the bubbler, but the Kraken is going to stop it, and Kiki is guarding the side as well. Count My Bands holding the zone, not letting the Usagi Fan Club get in any way, and right now that's the victory lap. A few extra splats to get the victory. That's 2-1 for Count My Bands, who are on the winner's side, who only need one more W to be your Triton-Cup champions.
Yeah, exactly. They have 2 chances now for the 2 next, or like potential 2 next matches. If Usagi Fan Club gets the next match, they still haven't lost the set. Usagi Fan Club though will have to take 2 more games, both games now, and then also win the bracket reset if they do want to take down today's Triton-Cup. So Count My Bands definitely is in the favor here. We will have to see what Usagi Fan Club will want to do against that.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club back to the wall. They need to make it work. They need to work their comeback, and they need their counterpick to be perfect if they want to stay in this grand final race. And without much hesitation, they are going to Makomat. Given the fact that they have a bucket, that's a good pick, I think, but they have to pay attention, because on the other side, Kiki with the S-Blast is such a danger.
Oh, definitely. And also, bubbles are really good on this map as well, because you can just hold the stacks, the most important parts of this map, very easily. But it does give good openings to shocking weapons like the decav, as they can easily climb up the walls and maybe surprise the opponents if they don't pay enough attention. So both teams will need to be careful on this map, as I mean, it's just a shark heavy map in general. All the corners and the walls make it really easy to get behind the enemies.
Yeah, always a way to sneak your way through. We're going to see a lot of fights. This is a small map. This is a map where, unlike Barnacle and Dime, you have a way back in. You have a way back into a fight. And yeah, these 2 teams have shown us a lot of action so far. Let's get in there. This could be our final game of the night. And it looks like our comp are very much set. Oh, wait, it's a Tri-Slusher Nouveau. Usagi Fan Club are bringing back the double cooler.
I mean, honestly, I'm not opposed to it. Tri-Slosher is really good on this map because of the abundance of ledges on this map. But we also see the hammer again, which immediately gets thrown here to disrupt Count My Bands on the other side. But the bubble comes up, completely denying that push forward. But, well, I mean, Usagi Fan Club are trying to get the picks here, and the S-Blast just completely trade out. Usagi Fan Club taking the first
Yeah, right now
Zone
Usagi
cap
Fan Club.
off the game. Uh-oh.
Well, the Kraken is deployed. The Kraken not really finding much, though. Is going to have to move back. Count My Bands not really finding their way forward as Usagi Fan Club are riding the momentum they built at the start of the game and getting more and more splats. 50 points left, and Usagi Fan Club, they have full control right now.
The entire map is blue. They have, I mean, no one's on right stack right now, but it is completely painted. The pencil has moved onto there. I think my Wi-Fi is crashing.
Oh, okay. Well, the map stays still
good?
blue. Usagi Fan Club is still very much in control. Count My Bands with just a few ticks left are trying to get on the zone. The Kraken is opening the way. There's a bubbler above the zone, but will it be enough? They lost all of their players except for the Junior. The Junior is painting alone. But it's so tight, but it's not enough. Usagi Fan Club gets the victory.
My internet crashed as well. I think we're just cursed today, apparently.
I think it's Discord.
But yeah, we are match point. Is it Discord? It might be Discord actually. But we do see a match point here in grand finals, and a slight view into a potential bracket reset for today.
Yep. I mean, it's either the end of a tournament or the beginning of a new set. Game number 5, and the pick without hesitation, Count My Bands goes on to Robo Roman to end this set. That's going to be what we'll see for this final game. What could be the final game of the tournament? What decides whether we get the reset or not?
We're probably moving into the match relatively soon. I think the team. I mean, for Count My Bands, they haven't. Like, even if they lose this now, they haven't lost the tournament, right? If they take bracket reset, they just win, right? Usagi Fan Club, though, have to lock in. If they lose this here, they lose the tournament. The tournament's done, right? Count My Bands just need one more win here to just take the entire tournament down. So I think Usagi Fan Club is probably a little bit more stressed than Count My Bands is right now.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of the line. Count My Bands going on their counter pick. So far in this set, each team has won on their own counter pick. Now going into the tie breaker, let's see how it goes. Count My Bands bringing a Frozen Pro to have these missiles. Otherwise, we're going to keep seeing weapons that we've seen. Aaron sticking to the Tri-Slasher Nouveau to have more tacticular, and meanwhile, Usagi Fan Club, they're out of bubbles. They're no longer playing the bubbler.
Oh, you are right. They are no longer playing the bubbler, and we see Count My Bands immediately take the zone back and move onto the enemy plat to maybe lock out Usagi Fan Club early to get a good lead going. The stamp coming out though, maybe trying to yeet it to get a pick. Unfortunately does not find a pick, and will have to jump out here to the pencil because they almost went down here. But Count My Band was 2 down. Somehow Usagi Fan Club is not moving in though. Now they are.
They're taking their time, but they're slowly pushing forward as they are painting. And Usagi Fan Club will take a bit of control. They're not able to establish themselves really too far away. Count My Bands are ready to fight for the zone and are retaking already.
And unfortunately, the Tri-Slasher gets stuck between the other enemy team and the bubble, goes down, and Usagi Fan Club is back in their spawn, except for one of their members who is taking a fight on the left side, winning, and that gives them back control over the zone and maybe the opportunity to push into the spine over there. Unfortunately, the missiles, I think, killed one of Usagi Fan Club's members.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club are going to take the lead right here as they are doing whatever they can to delay any push on the zone. The Booyah Bomb will get the cap for Count My Bands, but the fight is still raging on and everybody's around the zone. Oh, the punish on the hammer is giving so much space to Bands as they are pushing forward, trying to get to that elbow again.
Oh, that was a nice track. That was nice tracking from the pro over here, pulling out the missiles to just immediately delay Usagi Fan Club further. The stamp coming out, probably going to not get anything here. The lead has flipped to Count My Bands as well. So Usagi Fan Club is no longer safe anymore here, but they do get the zone flip to delay the push from Count My Bands.
Yeah, right now Usagi Fan Club retaking the zone, and with 2 players down on Count My Bands, Bad Bubbler is shredded. They're holding as much as they can, but the penalty is not that big, and Usagi Fan Club with 2 minutes left in the game are coming back, Ray.
Yeah, they definitely are. Unfortunately, the S plus is a little bit too far in front, goes down, but the try is trying to clean up after them, and they will need to flip the zone soon if they want to keep the lead, and they do. They keep the lead here and push back Usagi Fan Club a little bit further with bombs, with their specials, but the try is trying to get onto the right side, has to jump out though. Ooh.
Right now, Usagi Fan Club still trying to fight for that zone. They're trying to find the way in. Very nice moves by the Tri-Slusher. Going in, getting the splat on the pencil as well. That Tri-Slusher getting a triple. That is control for Usagi Fan Club with more than 1 minute left. They have the time to get more points, especially since penalty is not that big, Ray.
Oh, definitely, and it's just a few points left until Usagi Fan Club flips the lead to 1 down on every side here. Unfortunately, another one from Usagi Fan Club goes down, but maybe they can't stop the lead flip here, but maybe they can flip the zone in their favor again to give them another chance. It's only 45 seconds left. They will need to hold this if they want to get this game here.
40 seconds left in the game. Count My Bands are taking control, painting left and right. The S-Blast to the side is going to be punished. Very nice Booyah Bomb. To survive the hammer as well. And the lead is taken back by Count My Bands right now. They know they only need to hold for just a few more seconds, and that's what they're doing. Nice splat. That's going to be 3-2. Count My Bands are your Triton-Cup champions.
Exactly, they just barely, they managed to hold on to the zone for long enough. Usagi Fan Club did probably panic a little bit at the end, which just happens in this game. They get second place, Count My Bands gets first place, this Triton Cup, and that is the end of the tournament now. We don't see a bracket reset today.
Yep, no bracket reset. Count My Bands ending this, making sure they are your victors. That's going to be it for Triton Cup 124. Thank you so much for watching. And before we go, Ray, do you have something to plug?
Well, I mean, our ads actually are on the screen right now as well. You can basically find me under at Rangebuster with double I, basically anywhere, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on Discord. That's just my universal ad nowadays. Where can we find you, Pat?
Well, it's written on your screen as well. That's where you can find me on Blue Sky, which is the best way to get news from me. I'd like to give a special shout out to our wonderful observer CKK doing a banger job tonight, showing us these games. And thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Of course, there'll be Paddling Pool on Wednesday. See you then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.